we have a small addition to the program of today, which is that Mr. Drew Nelson is a guest lecturer at the University of Cologne, hosted by the Vice Rector for Sustainability, will actually present something on innovative way of teaching, which is on gamification and sustainability. So as soon as we signed, we say something about the MOU, and then it will, we'll give the floor to him for 10 minutes, and then we will start with the results of the student virtual delegation. So you will start presenting the results. So we'll be sort of 10 minutes late, I suppose, but not more than that. We'll try to be brief. So I have to, apart from welcoming you, welcome also the representative of the Heritage International Institute. And I'm really happy to have the opportunity to sign and to start implementing the MOU between the University of Florence and the Heritage International Institute. To be honest, we already started implementing, so there are already some first steps, but these were before the signature, so we're going to have new ones after the signature. The Institute has the task of protecting tangible and intangible cultural and natural heritage everywhere, even in conflict zones. As a matter of fact, around lunchtime, I will go to another conference where they're going to present some of the results of excavation in conflict zone, like in Syria, for instance. The important thing is that the Institute not only has the task of protecting, but also it does it. So it actually acts. The underlying philosophy is to build bridges rather than walls, a philosophy we really need in these days. The underlying philosophy is also to highlight diversity and share knowledge. Again, a very welcome task these days. Many actions have already been undertaken by the Institute before UNIFI joined, actions that were across topics and across countries. And I think that Gianluigi and Sergio will present some of them. Many scholars have been involved and are involved in the Institute as members of the academic board and also in doing actions. Many universities and other institutions have signed an MOU and are involved, and especially they are committed to get a deeper understanding of the cultural world around us and its diversity. You see, I use these keywords exactly to show how important it is for EUniWell to be part of the Institute, and will be probably welcome also EUniWell to sign as an alliance if the other Vice Rector agrees, an agreement with the Institute, with the Heritage Institute. Because we have, for instance, Julien in ALCO will be certainly very interested. So some of the university, I'm sure they're very interested. Maybe Semmelweis less, because it's a medical school. But the others, I think they're very interested in these cultural issues and bringing ahead this protection of environment in conflict zone and so on and so forth. Many have also been involved, and here I refer to what Sergio will tell you, in the virtual museum that digitalize a lot of sites. Digitalization is absolutely crucial, especially in zone of conflicts, because some sites, archaeological sites, have been recently destroyed, and the digitalization help at least to keep the memory of these places. And the virtual museums are also very, very important. I don't want to take more of your time, but I will give the word immediately to Gianluigi Bonavidi, which is, to Paolo first, to Paolo Liverani first. So the University of Florence then finishes. Paolo is professor at the Department of History, Archaeology, Geography, Arts and Performance at the University of Florence and head of department.
Thank you very much. I'm of this occasion. We enthusiastically take part to this agreement of the Heritage International Institute, because one of the strongest points of our department is exactly in the areas of conflict and the protection of cultural heritage. We have a strong collaboration with AICS, the Agency for International Cooperation and the Development of the Italian agency, and with several missions in various parts of the world, but in particular we have spoken together about a couple of missions. One is in Jordan, because we have the oldest mission in Petra since 1986 with a base there, and for the study of the Middle Ages in that region with extremely interesting results. We had also the minister 2 or 3 years ago of Jordan in our department in a conference, and for the documentation and the study of that area and the protection and development. There is the project of the restoration and mise en valeur of the castle, the Crusade castle of Shobak in the Ayyubid period, and which is continuing. And then we have another very important project in Aleppo, in Syria, because there is a museum, the second archaeological museum of Syria, which is the place where all the monumental sculpture from the seventh millennium before Christ until the Hellenistic age were exposed, and was not directly bombed, but was anyway damaged in an indirect way by the bombing of the area, and then 2 years ago suffered damages from an earthquake. So that our department, Marina Pucci, is in charge for the reorganization of the museum, the restoration of the sculpture, and so on. So we are absolutely convinced of this effort to build bridges, as the colleague said, and offer our experience not only for protecting and restoring or reorganizing, but also for transmitting our experience to the people of the country, to let them able to continue the work. So that it is for us a very important occasion and very important moment. I think I can pass the microphone.
I have a role, not only I'm moderating this first section, but I always want to speak. And I forgot to say something before. You know, this is the environment arena, which has created this BIP and all these events. But the University of Florence is also leading the health arena. And I want to read you something which a previous person that was working for EUniWell, Irene Galeb, that you might have met, has sent me today, just now. We had hired for the arena health a girl called Laura Sparavigna, which stayed with us only for 1 month, because then she was elected as a member of the local authorities government. And today she signed her first act, and her first act is that she's caring about the welfare of the people working in the local authorities in Florence, and they're going to have work from home and food vouchers and a lot of benefits in the with the well-being arena. And this is something that she has added in order to keep people in the public administration, and is very linked to the idea of the well-being that EUniWell is trying to bring, because one of the things that we are doing is also well-being office for the administration, for the administrative part, and she's doing the same for the people working in the administration and the local authorities. So I just wanted to say to you, because I thought that was important. Now let me give the word to Gianluigi Bonaviri.
Se posso fare pure senza microfono.
No, perché dice is the first secretary of the Office of the Permanent Mission of Italy to the United Nations Office.
Thank you, Giorgia. Good morning. So thanks a lot to Professor Giovannetti and Liverani. We are very happy to sign this memorandum of understanding with the University of Florence. As Giorgia already said, actually we are already collaborating. For instance, the University of Florence organized within the Syrian Heritage Week one of the most important events about Syria. Paolo was talking about the Museum of Aleppo, so the collaboration actually has already started. Of course, we would like to strengthen this collaboration starting from today. And as already Giorgia was saying, we are very committed to protect and promote cultural heritage, in particular during armed conflict or in post-conflict area. Heritage International Institute now has program in Syria, Libya, Iraq. In Libya, Sergio went to Cyrene, to Tripoli, and with the Embassy of Italy in Tripoli, we will start to train we will do some executive education, both on digitization and on archaeology, and we are going to sign a big agreement with the Minister of Antiquities in Libya, Shashuki. We are also committed in Iraq. For instance, in Iraq, we are promoting the accessibility of children to cultural heritage, because the war destroyed a lot of heritage, and some other sites that are not destroyed anywhere are not accessible. So we are working with the Embassy of Italy in Baghdad, with Brown University and with other partners to make all archaeological sites and cultural heritage in Iraq accessible to children. But we have also a big program in Nepal, in Oman, in South Africa. So, but I am very happy to strengthen this collaboration with the University of Florence, in particular in the field of environment, climate change, and food. That is why I was happy to stay with you yesterday, and I think that we can do a lot of things together with all of you. In particular, it would be interesting to explore also in the view of the next COP, the interconnection between food heritage, food sustainability, and food security. We are already collaborating with FAO in Rome. We can further explore this with all of you. And also, as Paolo Liverani was speaking about Jordan, we can also strengthen our synergy in Jordan, because we are about to launch an international school near Petra that is about international law and cultural heritage in all the MENA, North Africa and Middle East region. So I am very, very happy, and I hope this will be the starting point of an even stronger collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gianluigi. Now the word to Sergio Iovino, which is the CEO of the Heritage Institute, and then we will also sign the agreement with Sergio. Please.
Ok, buongiorno, good morning everyone. Allora, io racconto brevemente, diciamo, come è nata anche l'idea del museo virtuale, purtroppo in un molto complicato di tutti quanti nel periodo del Covid-19, quindi in un periodo di chiusura totale, dove io vivo a Roma da 20 anni, dove tutto quello che sembrava, diciamo, la normalità di tutti i giorni ci sembrava praticamente non... Ah, ok, se vuole... Ok, se vuoi...
So I just briefly, I will not do a translation, I'm not able to do it, but I will basically say the main thing, that the idea of the virtual museum was born in the COVID time because everyone was closed inside, and so there was the necessity of a virtual museum.
Ok, e tutto poi diciamo che un'emozione molto forte parte proprio anche qui da Firenze, perché poi in quel periodo si è fatto un programma dove iniziare la digitalizzazione un po' del patrimonio culturale per la bellezza dell'Italia, per farla emergere per il patrimonio culturale. E una delle prime digitalizzazioni è stata qui a Firenze con la biblioteca laurenziana della Cappella Medice. Però è stato un primo approccio per poi iniziare un progetto anche per quanto riguarda sia scientifico, culturale, per promuovere il patrimonio culturale all'estero.
Basically, Florence has been very important because one of the first things that have been done have been the digitalization of the Cappelle Medici and Biblioteca Laurenziana, which actually, if you have not seen, I really urge you to go and see because you can see them virtually now, but also to go and see them in person because it is really worth it in Florence to go and see. This was not in what he said.
Una cosa molto importante è che ogni paese ha una sua cultura, ha una sua storia, ha le sue radici, quindi è importante che un artista, una persona come me va in quei posti a vivere, in quei posti per 2, 3 mesi, 4 mesi a parlare con la gente del posto, a parlare per capire bene la cultura, mangiando con loro, raccontandosi la loro storia, per poi creare un progetto artistico che comunque sia onnicomprensivo, quindi partire addirittura dalle basi per poter catturare l'attenzione da parte di tutte le fasce d'età, dalla fotografia al video, al 360 gradi, per poi arrivare a un percorso un pochino più scientifico che sarebbe il 3D con l'immersione virtuale.
It's very important to understand really the country where you go and do this kind of work. So you have to go there and live there for 2 or 3 months and live with the people, eat with the people, understand their culture. Otherwise it's very difficult. It's not just a technical issue to digitalize an area or a museum. And also in the digitalization, basically what you have to do to approach all age groups, you have to use different methodologies, from the pictures, the video, and the virtual tours and all these kind of things.
Una cosa molto importante è che comunque per noi tutto quello che sembra, diciamo, scontato, perché noi oggi attualmente per poter affrontare la nuova tecnologia, nelle altre parti del mondo non è così. L'anno scorso sono stato in Egitto e ho fatto lì al Museo della Civiltà Egizia, dove le persone che comunque hanno affrontato questo percorso virtuale, dopo che hanno indossato gli occhiali virtuali, hanno pianto, perché pensavano che forse nella loro vita non potranno mai avere la possibilità di poter viaggiare, e soprattutto le persone che avevano disabilità per poter mai più andare in un determinato posto, quindi avevano un'emozione molto più forte rispetto che comunque è all'ordine del giorno vivere anche, diciamo, nella tecnologia.
For many people, especially in developing countries, in countries where it's more difficult to get the technology, is really a step, very, very important step to have the possibility to have, for instance, the virtual tour. And he's an artist, and he did 2 exhibitions in Egypt last year. And he said that the people that use the virtual glasses, the 3D glasses that are used to this kind of virtual tour, got so emotional because they thought, especially people with disability, they thought that they will never be able to travel again and see these kind of places, and they really were emotional because they had the opportunity to actually see them.
Un fattore anche molto importante, visto la mia ultima missione in Libia, dove praticamente ho fatto la prima visione, le osservazioni su Cirene, dove praticamente c'è una situazione abbastanza complicata. Lì ci sono dei reperti storici purtroppo messi in delle situazioni abbastanza critiche, quindi ho avuto l'idea praticamente di fare di riprogramare una stanza virtuale dove poter mettere all'interno di questa stanza virtuale tutti i reperti che sono messi in determinati siti archeologici, che addirittura per lo sciacallaggio che c'è in quelle zone sono state risotterrate, diciamo, alcuni reperti, e quindi far sì di ricreare in maniera virtuale un museo virtuale che poi possa essere poi realizzato poi nell'effettivo, non soltanto virtuale, perché io dico sempre che il virtuale, il digitale non deve essere assolutamente un mezzo di rinuncia per visitare un posto, ma deve essere soltanto un modo per sensibilizzare ormai oggi anche soprattutto un pubblico, quello più giovane, per salvaguardare le nostre radici, il nostro patrimonio culturale.
This was a little bit long for me to translate, but basically he went to and he went to the Museum of Cirene, and in Libya, as you can understand, as you can guess, now some of the art pieces are even stolen. People take them from the floor, from the excavate to get them out of the floor. So what he did is put all these pieces in a room and in Cirene, and he created a virtual museum there so that people could actually preserve and see these. And what he said, which is very important, is that however the virtual museum are not an end in themselves, so in the sense that it's not that once you go to the virtual museum you have done with it, but they are just an addition with respect to going and visiting a museum, but also because it helps preserving, they have a role on their own.
E per concludere poi, soprattutto legandoci anche al discorso di prima, il digitale può essere utilizzato veramente in tutti i campi, per dire anche nella sanità, dove in pratica si può andare proprio a vivere quello che sta vivendo in quel momento sia il paziente che il medico, e far capire realmente una persona di che cosa, se vuole affrontare quello nella vita, se vuole fare quello nella vita, capire realmente le emozioni che si provano in quei momenti e le difficoltà.
Digital can also be used not only in the environment, the virtual museum, but also in the health. It also is referring to what I said before, that we, as EUniWell, are also in the health arena. And because really get, for instance, the feeling that the patient has and the doctor has while, for instance, doing an operation. And for students of medicine, this is particularly important because they really understand whether that is what they want to do in life. And so the use of the virtual for the health is also very, very important.
Ok, concludo anche per quanto riguarda si sta progettando anche per la digitalizzazione del food, dove sono proprio le basi, le radici di tutti noi esseri umani, quindi salvaguardare quello che sia proprio la creazione di quello che comunque noi abbiamo in Italia e anche all'estero, soprattutto di salvaguardare quello che comunque sono state quello che hanno fatto i nostri antenati, quindi far sì che anche la produzione di determinati prodotti sia, diciamo, patrimonio culturale e siano comunque salvaguardati per la nostra eternità.
Also, digitalization is very important because it allows to preserve goods or staples that have been used in the past and they are now disappearing. So that's very, very important for cultural heritage, also the food. And they are doing this collaboration with FAO, as Gianluigi also mentioned, on the food staples and goods.
Okay. Grazie, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can sign the agreement. Thank you. And also now let me give the word to Mr. Drew Nelson for his presentation. Yeah, we can go back.
Thank you. Hello. Before we get started, my name is Drew Nelson. I'm currently working with the University of Cologne, teaching a class on sustainability. The name of the course. The name of the course is Sustainability in European Scientific and Education Sector. Okay, thank you. I should also just set time. We got 10 minutes? So the purpose of this course is to examine these sectors, scientific sector. Yeah. I can just talk. Can you hear me if I just talk like this? I can project my voice just fine. Very good. Turn that off as well. Right. So, anyways, what we're trying to do is look at these sectors through different levels of analysis. The purpose is to go from the broad, the scientific evidence base. This is a course that is intended for early students, so we talk about bachelor's level students, and they're coming, it's part of the core requirements called the Studium Integrale, which is basically core requirement courses. So we're seeing a broad, diverse set of individuals. They are coming from different backgrounds, different disciplines, and they may not have a familiarity with the basics of maybe the Sustainable Development Goals even, although most of them do have some understanding of the Sustainable Development Goals. But I'm not assuming anything with this population, so I try to begin with a appreciation for the evidence base through the Planetary Boundaries Rostock publication. Moving on to the macro level of analysis, which would include something like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, going deeper maybe into the German EU Green Deal specifically, moving on into more regional approaches, a meso level of analysis to include something like the German Aerospace Center where I've been involved, also the University of Cologne, organizational level, and then finally making our way down to this micro level, which is an individual action-oriented perspective where individuals have their own capacities that they can employ and bring into the world. We use a number of different approaches, including the Green Comp, which if you're not familiar with Green Comp, I highly recommend it as a structured approach to developing competencies. If you're aware. I'm also interested in if anyone has a suggestion of other competency frameworks, please share them with me. I continue to teach this class. There's Education for Sustainable Development. We also look at the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking at the university level. We also dedicate a portion of time to this scenario-based simulation called Sustain 2030, which is what I hope to talk about here for a bit. Next slide, please. This is a focus on not just the what, the knowledge, but also the how, the skills, and the why, the attitude. The knowledge, skills, and attitude approach, if you're familiar. In this day and age, I feel like the knowledge is easily attainable through lectures on YouTube or something. You don't have to exactly go to a lecture to get the lecture knowledge. The benefit of a in-person educational environment is for people to interact with each other. My course is structured as a seminar where dialogue is key, and Sustain 2030 is a scenario-based simulation where people assume roles and therefore are able to contribute their perspective, not just receive my perspective. And then this attitudes as to why they might want to actually do something. We address complexity in the form of multiple stakeholder analysis, futures literacy, and this greater concept of complex adaptive systems like ecosystems, and this idea of wicked problems, if you're familiar with the term wicked problems, why a complex system, how it becomes wicked, and how this change here creates change here, creates change here, and how to appreciate the complexity of a system that includes, for example, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which encompass everything under the sun, from no poverty to all the education, everything that you're familiar with. Next slide, please. So I'm not sure how well you can see this, but this Sustain 2030 game structure has at the center of it this interactive impact network of sustainable development goals. These are the 17 SDGs. It's intended to show a cause and effect relationship between these goals that is achieved through hello? These actions that are taken by the individuals, they have an effect, and then that effect is made visible through the way that that decision that they make plays out in relation to each one of the sustainable development goals. So it shows cause and effect relationship, direct and indirect relationships between the different goals. It is based on a 10-year scenario from 2020 to 2030. There are 20 rounds, 6 months interval, so twice annual. You have this opportunity to make a decision based on the budget you have, and then you see the result of the decisions that you make. These decisions are made in a collective, in a group, although it is not exactly my intention to say how those students will govern themselves. It doesn't have to be democratic. It could be, we always have one outlier, one individual who's going to lead, and sometimes really lead, and sometimes it's much more flat hierarchy. But one way or another, they make a decision, results occur, and we see how that plays out. There is a pretty robust analysis and evaluation tool built into this simulation where you can see how different individual goals have played out throughout this 10-year scenario, or how they work in aggregate. There's an overall performance score, which we probably won't get into, and then an individual performance on each one. Next slide, please. So yeah, you start in this 2021. There are a series of roles that individuals can embody. These individuals are anywhere from a pediatrician to a farmer to a criminologist to a member of the elected representatives. They all have a seat at the table. Those roles are assigned to the individuals. The purpose is for those individuals, the students, to embody that role, to speak from that role, not from their voice as a student, but from their role as a member of this governing body. There are incidents that occur. These incidents are not up to them. These will occur whether or not they like it. This includes anything from the pandemic to the war of aggression in Ukraine to a flood in Germany. These will affect the overall performance of each one of these individual goals, and they have to respond to them accordingly. It's not always the same. I have played this game 4 times. I've run this simulation 4 times. Each time it's different. Certain things will appear, certain things will not. So it has a certain freshness to it. There is this budget. This budget is severely restricted. So of the 50, 60 choices that are available to them at any given time, they can take 1 or 2. Every time that you play this scenario, you'll see that it plays out quite differently, and it's very fresh. which it keeps itself new. At the end of the play results in the year 2030, or going through these 20 rounds, and then you see how your performance looks. The students will not have any real perspective on how other scenarios have played out, not in comparison to other scenarios. Next slide. The purpose is for these individuals to analyze where they are, to collectively take action, to see what happens when they take that action, and to repeat. And where are we at? Basically at time. Is there any more slides? Is that it? Yeah, here is a bigger picture of what's actually going on. There are 6 points here that might be of interest. Here are the Sustainable Development Goals themselves. Here are the lines of interaction. This shows how and to what extent each individual Sustainable Development Goal affects the other. Some are stronger interaction effects, some are weaker. Over here we have these self-driving factors, which you can't exactly see in this representation. But certain things like life on water or life on land will continuously change whether or not action is taken. Here you see the overall status, say 67 or 37%, kind of a check on each one of the individual goals. Here's the overall performance. This is your budget, and that is a scenario looks like. To take any questions, or we have time.
Thank you very much, Drew. So I don't know if there are any quick question for Drew, otherwise we go on with the program. Maybe we will have also time at 11 during the coffee break to further explore and chat about that. So thank you very much for being here today, and thank you.
Also bring up the scenario. I can bring it up and we can have a closer look at how it actually plays out.
Cool, thank you very much, great, thank you. So I think that now we can move on with the program. So I invite to come here Tiziano Di Stefano. Professor Di Stefano is the scientific coordinator of the program of today. I mean, today is, as you know, the final conference of a program, which is a blended intensive program. So if you are not familiar with that, basically is a sort of short mobility financed by Erasmus Plus. And we as EUniWell Alliance, we are a European Alliance university. We are 11 universities from all around Europe, and we have also some representatives here, both students coming from different universities and also representative for the Sustainability Office. So we have worked together during this week, and in particular I would like to thank all the students that took part to the program, because they were really engaged, and we had like a first part of virtual mobility and the second part of physical mobility, which is this week, where they in group work for following what happened at the COP29 and develop a policy brief that will be presented today. And I thank again Gianluigi Bonaviri and also Haniel Debush there, because they were together with students yesterday doing a simulation of a negotiation at COP on new collective quantified goals, and it was, I think, extremely interesting for students to put themselves in the shoes of negotiator for the countries. So I will leave the floor now to Tiziano Di Stefano, the scientific coordinator of the project.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here for the last day of this event. That was very required a lot of effort. So first of all, thanks to Sarah for the great effort doing in this period. Coordinating all the activities and the students, and also George, for leading this project. And it is, I think, important in these times in which, other than climate change and inequalities, we are also facing international troubles. So, putting more ideas on this, I think it's very important. And I don't take too much time because we will have also other events today. So I will leave the floor to the students to present their own results that are a part of the long effort. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think that you really should thank the student rather than, so I think the student really deserve, because as far as I know, they've done a great job, which we are going to listen now to.
Yeah. Thank you, Tiziano, for this procedure of putting in place the project. And thank you all students. It was very, I enjoy all the things we have done together so far, and I'm sure we will enjoy also today with your presentation. So now I will start. The idea is to have, we will have 6 group presentation. And so you will see presented 6 different policy briefs that have been developed by the group of students today. And the group were divided based on the thematic days at COP29. So we will start now with the first group working on finance, investment and trade to present their policy brief. So please, I call Kinozo Prince Yuma from Linnaeus University, and then we have Robin Thoth for Linnaeus University. I put the presentation on. Thank you, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just going to...
Yeah. Yes, sure.
So I'm not going to block.
Però non è presentation, sì, ok. Okay. So you move here and try to for the recording.
Oh, well. Yes. So we focused our findings on the investment, finance and trade within the COP of 29, and that's also what we're going to focus on with this text. Our outline is to go through a little bit of a background. We're going to go through our findings, some policy recommendations, and a small summary of what we've said. So as a background, we have basically the financial mechanism discussed at COP29 emphasized the need for a unified approach to meet the new climate finance goals and operationalize the loss and damage fund. We have also the transparent communication and innovative financial instruments are essential to build trust among stakeholders, encourage private sector participation and align investment and sustainable outcomes. And for this we had a few key challenges. This was the unmet 100 billion climate finance target. I think we are closer to 90 billion. There were limited private sector engagement, which we have discussed within our groups past week. We also have the misalignment of trade policies with climate goals. There's also a lack of transparency and trust in fund allocation. So, one of these was then the findings. First one is the climate finance, which we put a critical pathway to achieving the global climate goals. And for us, the global need for investment in climate action has reached a pivotal moment. As the urgency to address the climate crisis intensifies, we've also seen plenty of reports that underscore the necessity for investments around 6 trillion to 7 trillion by 2030, and to mean this global temperature increase well below 2 degrees Celsius. And this monumental figure reflects the collective challenge as an opportunity to transition to a sustainable low-carbon economy. We also have 5 priority areas for our climate action. This is the clean energy transition, the adaptation and resilience, we have loss and damage, natural capital, and just transition. And for example, if we then look at the clean energy transition, this means that we need to decarbonize the energy systems, and we have to focus on it right now. It's of paramount importance, especially with emerging and developing economies at the forefront, and not only the developed ones. If we then go to the other one, we also have investment disparities and regional focus. And for us, we see the most needed investments are in the emerging markets and developing countries, or EMDCs. And this is also including China. And for this one, we think we're going to need around 2.3 to 2.5 trillion annually for these EMDCs. And on this, we're going to need up to majority of it is 1.6 trillion on clean energy. And then, of course, smaller amounts for adaptation and resilience, which is also talked about during the COP29. We can also go to the next one, which is that we also have seen challenges in financing the climate action, where we see that domestically we have 1.4 trillion that could be contributed annually, but the remaining 1 trillion is from external sources, and this is where we actually need to come together so we can finance this. And from the last one of this page is the financial innovations in global corporations. We've seen a few parts here. Basically, multilateral development banks are needed, and we need them to triple their funding. There are innovative revenue streams, talking about 2% wealth tax on billionaires, for example. We have debt swaps and relief, and we have private sector engagement. We have South and South cooperation, and we also need to focus on the resilience and adaptation. And the last ones that we had in our findings was the financial innovations and global cooperation, which I think is what I also might have said. We also have the cost of inaction, whereas each year that we do not continue our funding, it's going to increase the cost that we need to fund significantly per year. And we also have a shared responsibility and the talk about who has to pay for the climate action, where we see some countries are paying for it, while some are not. And then we also found that we need to go towards a sustainable future with increased funding for vulnerable nations, balanced financing and mitigation, adaptation and just transitions, and a streamlined access to funds with enhanced transparency. And from COP29 until today, we've also seen that some countries have decided to go away from the climate deals that we have signed through COP29 and previous COPs, like the Paris Agreement, which is of course unfortunate considering our findings.
So, from the policy recommendations, which I will list first of all, like we are recommending that the climate finance be scaled up, and we also recommend aligning the trade, align trade with climate goals, while strengthening communication, operationalizing the loss and damage fund, and promote accountability. So, yeah. So for scaling up the finance, we are recommending that we develop a blended finance instruments, which we will combine grants, loans, guarantees to attract private investment, especially in countries with high capital loss. And we are also recommending that we commit to increasing contributions from developed nations, ensuring equitable access. Also, for the last one, which is commit to global minimum tax for corporations and large individual assets to mobilize funds for public investment. Then for strengthening, aligning trade with climate goals, we recommend that we phase out the fossil fuel subsidies and redirect these funds to clean energy projects. And we also recommend that we negotiate international trade agreements to reduce tariffs, especially on renewable energy technologies and climate resilient goods. And we are also recommending implementing carbon pricing systems in combination with carbon tariffs to incentivize export-oriented low carbon production chains. For strengthening communication, we recommend transparent platforms. That we create accessible real-time digital platforms that will help track this climate finance flows and to ensure that these funds are utilized. And we also recommend stakeholder engagements, that all stakeholders engage together to develop communication to campaign and to develop communication for campaign. And for the last one, capacity building, that we recommend training the stakeholders in effective communication to be able to bridge the technical and cultural gaps. And the last one, second to the last one, which is operationalizing the loss and damage funds. So we are recommending that we implement an equitable allocation mechanism with clear and transparent guidelines to be able to operationalize the loss and damage funds. And we also recommend using participatory approaches to incorporate feedbacks from affected communities in fund management. And the last one, it's promoting accountability. We recommend promoting accountability, that's to standardize financial report frameworks and establish independent oversight bodies to monitor these funds so that we know how these funds are being utilized. And also, we recommend using visual tools like infographics and dashboards to communicate financial data. So we'll move to summary.
And as a summary, our policy brief addresses the critical gaps in climate finance by proposing actionable strategies to enhance funding mechanism. we align trade policies with climate goals and prioritize transparent communication. These recommendations aim to build trust, scale investments, and ensure equity in addressing climate change impacts. But we have also seen that it is a need to be transparent to also get the private funds needed. We cannot only go by public funds, but different states. Thank you.
So, I don't know if there are any questions. Some questions, guys. So.
Thank you for this briefing, very informative. I enjoyed it. I was wondering, what are your views on the possibility of a global carbon tax as part of the various mechanisms that fit into the financing framework?
You mean the carbon tax that is already being implemented within some countries, and especially like the EU? Okay. Yeah, I mean, what is needed is that we should have some countries will release more, some will not. Some might reach their goal pretty early and some might not. We are not equal, even though we want an equal average temperature. So a way of financing these could be to trade carbon emissions, like we've seen in the European Union, but we can also see it globally and put it regionally. Maybe not have something from Italy come and change with Indonesia, but you might have within its own region, and perhaps, this is not in my field, maybe you could also have it cross-region as well, because it could be more advanced if you have it more localized with the same kind of law-making, because it is pretty hard in international law to have these types of laws. And so I think it's it's better if you put them within already existing international organizations like the European Union, ASEAN, or the African Union, for example. And then I think it is a way to reach the financing goals in a way. I think it's politically possible, and we have achieved it in some areas. And I'm pretty sure that if we get bigger countries like China and the US on board, I think it's very much possible for the entire global system to also adopt it.
Thank you very much. So we now move to second thematic group. So we have the group working on energy, peace, relief, and recovery. And so we have Taylor Yetta, Samran Ali, Damilola Balogun, and Halima Fritet. So please. You can start introducing.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Taylor Yetta. I study Peace and Development at Linnaeus University.
I'm Halima Fritet. I study International Affairs in Linnaeus University.
Hello, I am Samran Ali. I study International Affairs at Linnaeus.
Hi everyone, I'm Damilola Balogun. I study Entrepreneurship, Sustainability and Social Change. Thank you, sir.
Easier over here, I think. So again, everyone, let me know if you can hear me. For our group, we had kind of a panoply of different topics. So we decided to better recommend, we would refine these a bit. So we focused primarily on relief and recovery for our recommendations, primarily in the region of mainland Southeast Asia. So yeah, before we get into our recommendations, we thought it might be a good idea to kind of give you guys our focus, our problem area, kind of what we're looking at. So as I mentioned before, we're talking about mainland Southeast Asia, and that can differ depending on your definition. So we primarily looked at Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Thailand for our recommendations. And our problem area focused around water insecurity in terms of relief and recovery, primarily focusing on the depletion of water from lakes and rivers in the area, particularly affecting isolated regions, villages, and towns. And the main impacts of this, of course, are on the food, economy, and livelihoods of the people there who are highly resource dependent, and therefore it has a higher impact on them, but often the impact is more focused on the larger cities. So we thought it would be a good idea to kind of look at these more isolated regions. For background, we, again, are focusing on mainland Southeast Asia, which has been identified as one of the most vulnerable regions for climate change, which was part of our selection. The major effects that are usually focused on for climate change are kind of major disasters. So you hear about it in the news, typhoons, floods, things like that. And therefore, a lot of the funding in the programs is also focused on that. So what we found in our research is that kind of the smaller effects that have more long-term effects, such as on water security, shrinking of lakes and rivers, increasing algae blooms, dwindling aquatic populations, are not as addressed because they're slow. They take a long time, but they have a heavy impact on these small isolated villages, as we talked about, and therefore water insecurity. For the future, obviously this is only going to get worse, so that was kind of where our focus came into play. And therefore, we kind of split our recommendations into two different categories, our ideal optimistic ones and our more practical ones, which my colleagues will go into more.
So, to strengthen resilience in Southern East Asia, we propose two ideal recommendations that focus on both immediate relief and long-term recovery, enhancing community-driven water security and promoting economic diversification through tourism. First, to tackle water insecurity, it's essential to localize efforts by working directly with communities to identify their most urgent needs. An ideal approach would involve expanding existing systems, such as the Mekong River Commission's river monitoring framework, which already tracks water levels and sets thresholds, with collaboration from local and national governments. This system could broaden its coverage to include more vulnerable regions. Crucially, local community voices should guide this process by merging scientific data with local concerns. Governments can develop a clear prioritization list to determine where resources and interventions are most needed. This list would serve as a foundation for action managed by a governing committee or program responsible for addressing water scarcity. Transparent reporting and accountability would be essential, especially if international or governmental funding is involved. While this multi-layered approach is complex and resource-intensive, it offers a long-term solution that not only addresses immediate water challenges, but also strengthens local resilience. Second, we recommend focusing on economic diversification through the expansion of sustainable tourism, particularly in Myanmar. Since 2011, the country's tourism sector has grown rapidly, especially in urban areas where hotel numbers have significantly increased from 7 to 24. However, many isolated villages, despite their natural beauty and cultural richness, remain limited to short-day tours, one-day tours, keeping their economic potential. Ideally, tourism in these villages could be expanding by encouraging the development of guest accommodations and additionally cultural activities, giving tourists a reason to extend their stays. This would increase local income and attract further investments, but because they are isolated villages, like small restaurants and craft markets. More importantly, it will help shift local economies away from a heavy dependence on agriculture and water resources. sectors highly vulnerable to climate change, offering communities a more stable and diversified source of income. While these recommendations present ideal scenarios that require significant coordination, effort, and it's really complex, and also investment, the potential impact on isolated communities is substantial. But also, I have to say that some of the local communities, maybe they don't want to have those investments. By integrating community voices, they will improve water management and diversifying local economies. These strategies could not only improve immediate recovery efforts, but also strengthen long-term resilience against future climate-related disasters.
All right, thank you very much. So taking it up from there, we also came up with a practical recommendation. So with respect to the practical recommendations, we talked about expanding the scope of the GMS, which is the Greater Mekong Sub-Region policies. So we understand that the bedrock of driving sustainable change starts from policies that can, of course, make sure that we are able to get us to where we want to be. And so in that regard, we were able to talk about including the restoration of the natural ecological system of the river and region. And of course, taking it further, it is very essential to think in line of sustainable development. Having a perspective of long-term thinking, we thought it's also important to integrate ecosystem restoration in disaster recovery budgets, very crucial. On the second aspect, we think it's also important to strengthen multi-sectoral collaboration. So, of course, in line with Goal 17 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, partnership is, of course, very crucial for us to drive change. And so we thought it is important to enhance collaboration between disaster management agencies and environmental authorities. So as much as we want to address disaster management, it's also important to take care of the ecosystem perspective. On the area of joint training and integrated recovery plans and balancing ecological, social, and economic goals, we also thought that is important because, again, sustainability is how well you're able to balance the economic, social, and ecological goals together. On the third aspect, we talked about incorporating ecological indicators into monitoring systems. Of course, there are always early warning signs and systems as far as Southeast Asia is concerned. And so using this perspective, already existing infrastructure, we thought it is important to also incorporate monitoring of key areas such as water quality, lake levels, and biodiversity metrics so that we are able to as well respond to disaster, even as much as we are also going to be responding to the ecosystem troubling. Of course, again, technology and early warning system is also very crucial, particularly in the ecological data monitoring, which of course aligns with some of our key recommendations. So I'll leave the other two to be presented by my colleague.
Our fourth proposal is community-based education and awareness programs. These programs will focus on climate change, conservation, and pollution. These programs will include workshops, community programs, and awareness events. With these programs, we can increase the awareness about the link between the climate change and the ecological system. Also, it will also increase the local ownership of the programs on the community level. Fifth proposal, which is quite practical, is water filtration systems. These are low-cost systems, and these can also be developed on the small scale at community level. With these systems, there is another benefit of, besides treating the water, the public health will also increase, and we can also decrease the migration due to water scarcity. Thank you.
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly 10 minutes. So thank you very much again for the great presentation and the great work. We are a little bit, we have to, because we are a little bit late, so maybe we leave the question for the end. So I say to the public, if you have questions, to please leave the questions to the end of the presentation. So I move to the group now on science, technology, innovation, and digitalization. So please, if you can start coming here and introduce yourself, I put your slides.
Yeah, but just have a finish. Okay, as our presentation is getting ready, we're just presenting ourselves. My name is Clevista Capo. I come from Albania, but currently I'm doing my PhD in the University of Florence. I'm in the second year at the Development Economics and Local Systems program. And my particular research field is on innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystems.
Hi, my name is Carolina. I'm a physicist and I studied a master's degree in renewable energy and climate change.
And hello, my name is Thomas. I'm doing a master's degree in Japanese at Inalco University, and the subject of my master's degree is immigration.
Okay, Sarah, so can we start? Okay. 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 Okay, what we want to present to you today is inspired by our current work, the general aim of the conference, and also from the COP29. That's why we have proposed to study the role of entrepreneurial-oriented universities as hubs of green innovation. I would like to start with the overview, so the reasons why we are here. Starting from the background, we will present what we have done and why this is our policy brief, and then we will present some case studies of universities that currently are having innovation centers within, and then we will see conclusions and policy recommendations. Altogether, we have identified that there are three main reasons that has inspired our research, let's say. The global climate concern, and for instance, we have presented one shocking statistics that is like a world record, the emissions from energy-related sources of carbon, oxygen dioxide. We have also seen the impact of business ecosystems in economy, in particular countries in Europe, why they are important for economic development, as well as the importance of universities in fostering the green innovation through their programs such as incubators, accelerators, science parks, innovation and knowledge hubs, etc. So my colleagues now will present some case studies they have came across and will analyze why they are such important.
So the first case study was Ideon Science Park, based in Sweden. It's a great example of how universities can impact the regional economic transformation, in this case of the Sweden region. Since its establishment, over 80% of its companies are small startups, and since 1998, 11 have successfully gone public. The way they operate is by facilitating technology transfer and research commercialization. And the main challenge they face is long-term financial sustainability. Like many science parks face this kind of challenge. So to enhance long-term finance stability is really important to ensure the success of this kind of science parks. The next example is Green Garage, located in Berlin. Since 2013, has partnered with the Technological University Berlin and Climate Kick Germany to support green startups. It operates an 18-month accelerator program that provides funding, coaching, and access to an investors network access. Around 80% of its funding comes from the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and the way it operates is by integrating sustainability with business development and helping Europe to transition to a low-carbon economy.
Then I will present Set Squared. So it's a network of multiple leading universities in the UK. So it's really great because I think it was ranked as a leading incubator in Europe. So it has many advantages, like you can get access to every resources universities had. You know, just like the IPCC, it's really hard to know what to do. And when you're a student or an entrepreneur, you don't you maybe don't have the right knowledge, and if you have an idea, so even if you're a student, they give you like they get you in relations with some people in the industry, so you can really fast, you can really quickly become a strong company. So it has created a lot of jobs, and it focuses a lot on mobility, transport, hydrogen transport.
And another approach to the linking universities with business and the startups are hackathons, which are emerging as powerful tools for fostering green innovation. For instance, the Hack for Earth Youth Hackathon at COP27 allowed the winning team not only to present their ideas to the world leaders, but also to enjoy an acceleration program. So integrating hackathons into universities' programs should allow to foster the green transition that we're focusing on this policy.
Well, and lastly, to conclude what we came across through our research, we noticed that startups are very risky ventures into the market, and they could not do it alone. So it is super important for them to being part of joint networks where information and resources are shared. So collaboration between universities, industry, public organization institutions, and NGOs is crucial and vital for the startups to grow. And on the other side, what they can benefit from includes technology transfer, knowledge creation and circulation, access to resources like financials, such as the case of the, we mentioned in UK that they had raised big funds for the startups to help to grow. But on the other side, they also face challenges, as was mentioned. The most important is about sustainable green financing in order to maintain the activities. But on the other side, something important is also the management of partnership, because partners in the networks always are worried who is handling what about expenses sharing and everything else. So management and coordination of the network is also an important challenge to deal with beyond the others. And lastly, we have recommended 3 policies, starting with the first one that is related to sustainable financing. So some proposition that we do have includes like collaboration with private companies, for example, through open innovation challenges that is inspired by hackathons. In the innovation ecosystems, one of the types is corporate lead innovation ecosystems, where corporate have challenges that somehow invite startups to solve them, and they give funds to them, and this could be a way. Or either through the corporate social responsibilities program that they do have, they could be oriented to dedicated to startups that apply for these funds. Other suggestion that we have for governments and for grant providers is to orient these to universities, because some of them, especially in transitional areas, are giving them directly to startups, but maybe they don't have the experience to manage them well. So somehow the receiver of the grants and subsidies could also be universities. And also the OECD countries apply the R&D tax incentives, which are something that I would suggest, especially for the private universities, because for the activities they undertake, they escape somehow the taxes they have to pay to the government, and on the other way they benefit. So if they invest in research and development, their government gives money back to them, and this might be an incentive for them to contribute in this direction. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, and you also perfect in time, so congratulations, 10 minutes. So I now, as we said, we leave a question for the end of the session. I will now invite the group working on human capital, youth and children. So Gwen, Juliette, and yes, so, okay. Now, please introduce yourself while I put the slide. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, my name is Gwen Eslan. I'm a PhD student from the University of Nantes. I work on economics, especially on maritime decarbonization pathways.
Hello everyone, my name is Juliette Madebi and I'm a student in the second year of master degree at INALCO University, and I'm specializing in international relations and also Japanese studies. So today we are going to do a presentation regarding our research between the confluence between the COP29, COP29 and also domains which are human capital, youth, children, education and health.
So, as said before, we worked on education. The subject we chose is Okay, so this is investment in education as a lever for climate adaptation. Before entering on the core of our work, we set a bit of background, bit of context. Let's pass on. So, education is crucial for climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation. This is considered a great goal for audience. So, as you know, change has the best impact on we already have the are set with as the fourth one on quality, and they have sorry, this better like this? Sorry, okay. Oh, they are okay. Thank you. So we have all these foundation with SDGs on quality education, climate action, and they are deep in their place between both. So we know that education empowers communities to mitigate and adapt to climate impact. But We have, however, despite its importance, education remained undervalued in most of climate action frameworks, including the COP1. So, we've done our research, including scientific literature, journalistic sources, and we find clear evidence that education is a strong tool for climate adaptation. First, we found studies that show a strong correlation between education and pro-environmental behavior. As this one, like increased support for the support for education, increased support for climate policies, and more education leads to increased purchase of energy efficient products and support for renewable energy policies. So at the right, you can see a graph which is in French, so I will translate it. This is the level of studies and the level of preoccupation against climate change. So this is data from Ghana, Nigeria, and Senegal. And we have like the first is primary studies, secondary studies, and high studies. So as you may see, this is a clear increase of preoccupation, belief in climate change when you are highly educated. So education drives both individual action and societal support for climate initiative.
Thank you, but we can also see there is some link between the development of children and also climate situations. So as some research shows, as for instance, Carlton and Sion in 2016, we can see that some children can be impacted not only regarding the environmental degradation in their countries, but also regarding their development, both physical in the field of health and also in their education. And also, this impact not only happens because of the flood, but regarding this, because with the fact that school sometimes can be closed, and as a fact, children and youth people cannot have a normal education and a normal process as other students may have. So this is one of the main impact that we saw, and as you can see on the graph, there is some places that are more impacted than others. We mainly see this in Sub-Saharan Africa and also a little bit in the South and Far West Asia, which are the main places concerned by this issue. And there is, in parallel, another problem, another issue that has been raised in this context. It's the intersection between environmental problems and also situation and population that may be impacted more, as for instance, girls and women in this context. So sometimes in some cases that we may have seen in Sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Indonesia a lot, some wages and families tend to prioritize studies for their boys instead of their girls regarding the environmental situation. And because schools are difficult to access and sometimes are not free, they tend to prioritize the education of their boys and not their girls. So with this, we may see a double issue. First, the fact that women cannot have and girls don't have any education, and second of all, because of the economic hardship of it, women tend to do some jobs or activities that can be very dangerous for their lives. We saw with the research, for instance, that then they do in Sub-Saharan Africa some sexual practices which can lead to a lot of spread of disease, for instance, HIV. So in this case, we may see that not only environmental crises can lead to the closure of school, but also can impact girls and also tend to spread a lot of health difficulties. So as a consequence, we may see education as an empowerment of people, girls, women, and we can see that education may reduce vulnerability, especially for marginal groups as women and girls. Regarding this, we also saw on our research, for instance, DKIS in 2024, that the situation of schools and university is getting harder and harder for a lot of children, as in 2024, 40 million children miss schools due to extreme heat. So it's an impact that is very visible nowadays, and that may be seen also in the international community, because a lot of delegations, especially from South Sudan and also Somalia, youth people tend to do, or did during the COP29, some prevention, some sensibilization to politicians, saying that they could not go to school because of this environmental issue. So right now we are seeing progressively an increasing interest between the link between education and environmental issues regarding this subject. So in this context, climate resilient education systems are vital, not only to ensuring education during extreme weather, but also to give the same well-being for every young people. But we saw during our researches also that there is a progressing global recognition in the policy framework regarding the link between education and youth. So first of all, we saw this commitment with the United Nations Framework Convention regarding climate changes, the Paris Agreement of 2015, and also the Agenda 2030 regarding the SDGs that Gwen mentions, the SDG 4 for climate, for quality education, and also 13 for climate change. So regarding this, we saw that this is mainly during the past few years that some changes has been done with the policy intent regarding the COP28 and COP29, because there is some joint declaration and also partnership that had been made. One of the main partnership is the UNESCO one, which name is Greening Education Partnership, and this has been made during the COP28 and has 4 pillars, which are greening education, greening curriculum, strengthening a community for resilience in environmental issues, and they try to support at an international level education system. So in this context, the increasing recognition is a cornerstone for this context. But there is some barrier, and there is some lack for the moment. The main one is the lack of funding for climate education, despite the latest recognition of it. And it is urgent to find some investment to it.
Thank you. Considering all what we said, all the sources, all the information, we define 5 policy recommendations to address to most of the problem we talked about. Thank you. So, first, the idea is to strengthen the compulsory schooling laws, which mean at more or mandatory school years. In many countries that don't have any law about mandatory school. So the idea is to strengthen this law to expand free and accessible education, particularly in rural areas, provide financial incentive for school attendance, and monitor enrollment and competition rates. Then, the idea is to integrate climate literacy into education. To incorporate climate, so yes. And how, with embedding both scientific and socio-political aspects of climate change in education frameworks, train educators to teach climate content effectively and promote experimental learning and hands-on climate projects. Then, we have to target vulnerable population and addressing gender disparities, as all what Julius mentions. How? With scholarship and financial aid for girls in vulnerable areas, strengthen school infrastructure to withstand climate impacts, and address reproductive health education to mitigate climate-induced risks. Then the idea is to promoting lifelong learning and resilience training, with providing vocational training in sustainable practices and renewable energy, support community-led education addressing local climate challenges, and offer digital learning tools for greater access. And then we have our last policy recommendation with the increase of investment in climate education financing, which is what most of people say they're like increased investment, pretty basic. So this is all. I think we passed because we're late. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the super interesting presentation and for your work. So now we move straight to the next group on food, agriculture and water. So we have Tiaraga, Ghislaine, Leandro, Roger, Pedro, Eloisa and Giovanni. Next. Please introduce.
Okay. Hi to everybody. I'm Giovanni Generale. I'm a third-year PhD student at the University in Florence in development economics. My main topic of research are food prices and food price dynamics and the interconnection with food security and productivity of farmers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sis. I'm in the first year of my metallurgical and how IT.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eloisa Raluy, a physicist and PhD student from the University of Murcia, and I'm currently focusing on urban climate.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Rocha. I am an agricultural engineer, and my PhD is on rural development in mountain areas.
Okay, 10 minutes, yeah. So you can see from our title that being that food, water and agriculture is a very large topic, we choose to narrow the scope of our policy brief to Sub-Saharan Africa, and more in particular to the efforts that COP29 made in directing climate finance smallholders, but also the drawbacks and the limitation that the initiative had. So this is our background, our outline. I will introduce the problem, then they will discuss more in detail the initiative, and we will conclude with some recommendation. So we all know that climate change is a compelling global issue that has disrupts global food production, water availability, and so agriculture. And we all know that agriculture is very reliant on climatic factors for the essence of its production process. But we choose to focus on Sub-Saharan Africa for two main reasons. The first one is that agriculture, both on the employment side and on the GDP side, contributes vastly to the region, but also because the region is reliant on rain-fed agriculture and is almost composed mainly by smallholder farmers. So we know that rain-fed agriculture with respect to irrigated agriculture is more reliant on natural events, and we also know that smallholder farmers lack the access to storing facilities, capital and inputs that reinforce this effect further. The region is one of the most affected by climate change, and following the IPCC different scenarios, we can see by 2050 a reduction in staple crops yields that spans from 10% to 50%. Food security that is increasing a lot in the region for clarity and for, let's say, for an honest overview. We also need to take into account that after the Russian-Ukraine war and the rise in global fertilizer prices, also this had an effect on food security, so we cannot impute only to climate change this rise in food insecurity. So we know that smallholder farmers receive less than 1% of global climate finance and less than 14% of agricultural climate finance, notwithstanding their crucial contribution in food production worldwide, reaching some peaks like in Sub-Saharan Africa with a contribution of 80%. So now the COP29 was a crucial initiative to try to tackle this very urgent problem. And the two main finance initiatives were the proposal of 75 billion annually towards smallholder farmers and 1.3 trillion in annual climate finance until 2030. My colleagues will show you more in depth this initiative and also the problems that still are present after the COP29 and that maybe they will try to tackle better at the Belém COP30. Thank you.
As you all know, the COP29 was the COP of finance, and in this sense, several initiatives were launched regarding the food security. Among these, there are the $75 billion initiative for smallholder farmers that aims to support drought-resistant crops and irrigation, but faces governance and funding challenges. We also have the famous $1.3 trillion climate finance proposals. That is a much wider initiative, but their funds can be partially used for fighting against food insecurity. Even if these initiatives are major steps in the fighting against food insecurity, there are some issues that raise concern about if they will succeed. Here we have the excessive bureaucracy and also the uncertainty over how the funds will be distributed between adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage compensation. Regarding initiatives that focus more directly on food security, we have the Baku Harmonia Climate Initiative that aims to unify several global initiatives to support farmers and rural communities by promoting knowledge sharing, investment and mobilization, and climate resilient solutions in agriculture, food, and water sectors. Its main goals are clarifying the landscape of initiatives and fostering knowledge exchange and collaborations, catalyzing investment in agri-food system transformation from private and public sectors, and empowering the farmers and supporting the development of climate resilient communities for adaptation action. There are some issues that also raise concern about the success of this initiative. Above all, if how the money will be managed, because it's expected that the large corporations will be the ones that will decide the distribution of the money, and there is a big risk that the people that most need this funding doesn't receive enough financial support. My colleague will continue with another.
Another international effort was the Alliance of Champions for Food System Transformation that emerged during COP28 and was funded by Brazil, Norway, Sierra Leone, Cambodia, and Rwanda. And they recognized the urgent need of transforming food systems, and for this transformation, they proposed a whole approach with 10 areas of intervention. which are the increase of affordability, improve livelihoods, enhance resilience, promote sustainable practices, strengthen supply chains, foster innovation, ensure equity, protect biodiversity, enhance nutrition, and mobilize finance. Also, these are quite ambitious, areas. They've made sustainable, notable progress, and as they reported during COP29, and this progress can serve as global inspiration also for the Sub-Saharan Africa region. For instance, Brazil launched the National Program for Productive Forests, which intends to promote sustainable forestry. Cambodia developed modern agricultural cooperatives to enhance food supply chains. Norway initiated annual policy dialogues with farming unions to incorporate both medium and small farmers in policy making. Rwanda committed to halve food waste by 2035 and reduce losses along its supply chains. And Sierra Leone implemented the Fifth Salon strategy to boost local food production. Although some improvements have been made, there are still some challenges that need to be addressed. For instance, it is estimated that transforming food systems will require around $500 billion annually over the next decade, and all this funding needs to be aligned with a comprehensive implementation plan to ensure that all these priority areas are addressed in the same manner. Also, to achieve a major impact, it is important to expand the global participation of this alliance.
Yeah, so our conclusions are that climate change threatens food security, agriculture and water resources in Sub-Saharan Africa, disrupting food production and exacerbating water scarcity. And this is especially important because despite producing 80% of Sub-Saharan Africa's food, small-scale farmers receive less than 1% of global climate finance, limiting their ability to adapt. COP29 addressed this challenge, pledging to triple climate finance by 2035 and launching initiatives like the Baku Harmonia Climate Initiative for farmers, but funding gaps still persist, with only 14% of agricultural climate finance reaching smallholders, and just 3.4 allocated to food security. So from this, urgent action is needed to improve finance allocation, strengthen accountability, and enhancing food security system resilience. So from this, our policy, we have 6 policy recommendations. The first one is scaling up climate finance for small-scale farmers. Second, enhancing policy coordination and accountability. Another one is expanding climate-smart agriculture that links with the 6th one. Investing in water security, strengthening food system infrastructure, and especially within this context, foster research and development. And this is especially important through the foster of the agricultural knowledge innovation systems, the AKIS, linking to the former presentation through education. That is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry we cannot have questions now because we are running out of time, so I have to ask the next group working on nature, biodiversity and indigenous people to please come here and start present themselves while I put the
Hello everyone, thank you for coming. My name is Saragaz Senglöfla, and I study at the University of Nantes, geography.
Hello everyone, my name is Leandro Segado. I'm a physicist and a PhD student at University of Murcia, and my PhD topic is air pollution modeling.
Good morning. I'm Bruce, a master student in the University of Murcia in Spain, and I'm specialized in oceanography and marine sciences.
As you have seen with the other groups, the thematic theme is very large, so we decided to concentrate ourselves on coastal communities. So I will very briefly remind the definition of climate threat. Then we will talk about the importance of coastal zones. Okay, thank you. The importance of coastal zones. Then we will speak about the key findings and our recommendations for solutions and policies to improve conservation and resilience. Climate threat or climate risks simply refers to the potential negative effects of climate change, and the risks highly depends on the vulnerability of the territory. And as my colleagues will explain later, every territory is not equal in terms of vulnerability and so in terms of risk. So we have 5 main categories of threats affecting coastal zones linked to climate change. So we have erosion, submersion, pollution, for example, plastic pollution or oil spills, risks due to seismic movement, for example, tsunamis, and major societal catastrophes. So we can cite, for example, displacement of millions of people due to rising sea levels, amplified by subsidence of the land due to human activities, for example, drilling or pumping water. Coastal communities and marine ecosystems are on the front lines of climate change. That's why we wanted to specifically talk about coastal communities. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, global sea levels are projected to rise between 0.6 and 1.1 meters by 2100, which globally affects 680 million people living in low coastal areas. Sorry, I forgot to change. According to the World Bank, the economic cost of rising sea levels and extreme weather could reach trillions of dollars in damages disproportionality affecting developing nations with limited resources of adaptation. So we can cite, for example, Pacific Islands that are more at risk. Coastal infrastructure, including ports, roads, and housing, is increasingly vulnerable as well, necessitating urgent investment in resilient construction and disaster preparedness. Strengthening coastal resilience requires a combination of sustainable infrastructure, community engagement, and proactive policy measures to protect both vulnerable ecosystems and human settlements. So, the challenges are further accentuated by human activities, including urbanization and unsustainable resource use, which can weaken natural coastal defenses. And so we need structured, urgent action to solve these problems.
So what are our findings? The first one is the rising climate risk to coastal areas. Around 680 million people are living in all the world, are living in a very flat zones near the near shore, and due to the sea level rising and derived by the global warming, and these people are getting exposed to more sandy risks and more heavy. And then, for example, in some regions, they are losing 1 meter of coastline a year. Then we have impact on vulnerable communities. Some developing island nations could disappear during this century, and the cost of reduce the impact of those hazards is very expensive, and most of these vulnerable communities cannot afford it. Then there is the effectiveness of natural-based solutions. Big green structures like mangroves, coral reefs, salt marshes, and coastal wetlands can absorb most of the part of the impact of the climate risk and help us to reduce the economic effort that we may do. Then is the role of engineering and infrastructures in these adaptations. In a mid-long period of time, and there's the union between the natural-based structures and engineering could be crucial for mitigate the climate change effects. And then is finally the policy and government's gaps, the missing of social and policy will makes difficult to find good fundings, and it's especially difficult in developing countries.
Okay, so to sum up all these things, climate change poses an escalating threat to coastal regions with rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and ecosystem degradation, endangering millions of people, critical infrastructures, and marine biodiversity. And these findings highlight the urgent need for proactive adaptation measures that integrate nature-based solutions, sustainable infrastructures, and strong governance frameworks. So we have developed 6 policy recommendations. First of all, restore and protect coastal ecosystems by implementing large-scale restoration projects for ecosystems like mangroves, salt marshes, seagrasses, and coral reefs, for example, which act as natural barriers against storm surges and erosion. And also establishing strict protections for remaining coastal wilderness areas to prevent further degradation in these locations. Secondly, to invest in climate-resilient infrastructures, developing hybrid solutions that integrate nature-based approaches with engineering structures such as seawalls, flood barriers, and elevated urban planning. And also to prioritize climate-resilient housing and infrastructure, particularly in vulnerable and densely populated coastal settlements. 3, strengthen coastal governance and community engagement, enhance local participation in climate adaptation planning, and improve coordination between national, regional, and local governments to create long-term resilience strategies. 4, implement sustainable economic and policy incentives. We want to introduce financial mechanisms to incentivize sustainable coastal management. And also to promote climate-smart fisheries and tourism that balance economic development with economical conservation. Number 5, enhance disaster preparedness and especially better inform the population, strengthening the forecasting and early warning system to improve the preparedness for this kind of extreme weather events, and also to invest in disaster response and relocation plans for high-risk coastal communities to minimize displacement and economic losses. And finally, legal protection for climate displaced population develop an internationally recognized legal status for individuals displaced by climate change, granting them protection and rights, and create an international agreement to ensure that people from disappearing nations retain their citizenship and have access to essential rights, even if their homelands are lost. So this will be our policies, and that will be all. Yeah, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we are a bit late, but I think we can take 5 minutes if you have some questions to students. I don't know. Or we can, yes, we can use the time of the coffee break to also exchange on the presentation we have seen. So thank you very much to all. I think we have seen great work here and great presentation. So thank you very much. Now we have the coffee break. I will say we will start again in 15 minutes. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Can please take the seats so that we can proceed. Now we start the keynote session. So I'm very pleased to introduce you to Raimondo Orsini. He is the director of the Sustainable Development Foundation, and he's going to give a presentation. So I think since it's late, we start sharply with the presentation. So thank you very much for being here.
Thanks. Good morning to you all. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Raimondo Orsini. I'm director, as she said, at the Sustainable Development Foundation, that is a think tank based in Rome, in Italy, and we work for the development and fostering the growth of the green economy. So we work with companies of the green economy and trying to connect companies, so the economical prospect, together with the NGOs, the government, the cities and the experts. We try to put all these pieces together. So we are halfway between a study center, a research center, and a think tank. Before getting into the topic of my presentation, I want to tell you that I'm very happy to be here also because I think the universities are very important. My experience told me that exactly 32 years ago, I was graduating in law in Rome University, Lewis University in 1993, and I loved the environment. I really had a big aspiration for the environment and for nature, but I was studying law. And I said, how can I put these things together? So I discovered that in my university in 1993, there was a small minor course followed only by 7 people on environmental law. So I went there, I studied environmental law, and asked my teacher to give the final thesis in environmental law in 1993, and everybody thought, my colleagues and friends thought I was completely crazy. You will be very poor, you will never find a job. What can you do with environmental law in 1993? But they didn't know that right after 6 months after my graduation, the first environmental law firm in Rome opened up. They called me, I studied environmental law, and then I moved, and environment became so important that, as you know now, all companies have the sustainability manager and environmental manager. So the first message is, don't give up with your ambitions and your visions, because there are always pathways that can lead to success if you follow your aspirations. So I think that universities can really have a big role in this period and this moment of transition. So I had prepared a slide, and I called it "Let's warm up," and I didn't know how cold was this room when I prepared it. So now I think in particular. But it's cold, but it's also an environmental decision because we don't use fossil fuels to warm. So we have very low emissions, even nearly zero. We can be even negative emission. So why? I think that we can, instead of a keynote speech on one side, I think if you use Mentimeter with some questions, then with the answer to this question, we can share some knowledge about the green economy and climate. That is basically my job. So please Let's try and see if it works. So make a picture and a photo of the Mentimeter. There is also the code that is very small. It's like a site test for you if you can see the numbers. I hope you can see the numbers. And does it work? Sorry? Internet? There is no internet in the room, I think. It's not working? Okay, we can do it without internet. Let's do it in the old-fashioned style. Raising hands. You work. Which kind of internet provider do you have? It's a fantastic one. It's a Vodafone. Okay. Does it work? So there are people. I think it's just a bit slow, but it works. So let's try. If it doesn't work correctly, then we switch to normal, old-fashioned way of answering. Okay? So do you need the code, or can you? Or are you in already? You don't need the code. Okay. So talking about green economy, I want to start with this question. I think you have the first question. You can reply to this first question. Go to the next slide, please. We don't see it. It's about, if I remember correctly, it's about the electric car. And don't go to Google. I'm very happy that internet doesn't work very fast. So I'm not talking about hybrid or plug-in hybrid. I'm talking about full electric car. When was that put on the market for the first time? When was the first fully electrified car put on the market on the first time? Let's see your answers. We don't see the answers, but yes. Sorry. All right. In which year 100% electric car, not just hybrid, has been placed on the US market for sale? How many Americans are here? Okay. 3. Okay. Let's see how well you know the US market. The majority said 1999, 1931, then 2013, and only 2 people said 1897. Are you still voting? Can I go to the answer? The answer is 1897. Because in 1897, this guy was Colonel Albert Pope. He built 500 electric cars, and he put all his money invested into an electric car. And when his friends told him, why are you doing this? There is oil. Now the oil industry will be the future of the car. And he said in 1897, it's cleaner, it's less noisy, and I'm convinced that nobody will willingly sit atop an explosion, internal combustion, and they will all prefer electric car. What happened? He lost all his money. The oil industry and the car, of course, as you know, had a boom, and so no electric cars were developed. But what does this story tell us? That first, that there can be the right person with the right idea, but you have to have also the right time. And for example, now is the right time, but it was not the right time, but it was the right idea and the right person. So this is the first story. The second thing I think is even more important, that in most cases of the energy transition, technologies are already there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel in most cases. It's not rocket science. Technology like this is there since 1897. Of course, this is not exactly a Tesla, but the electric cars is there since 120 years. And the story of Colonel Albert Paul tells us many things that we need to have in our, to keep in our mind. Let's go to the second one. Is it true that in 2005 a trip on EasyJet plane was greener than a Toyota Prius car trip? Let me tell you why. I was living in Paris in 2005 and I was flying to Rome on the weekends, and once I saw in an EasyJet plane, in all the seats there was the claim saying this trip on EasyJet plane emits less CO2 than by using a Toyota Prius that in 2005 was the only electric car available, almost electric, it was a hybrid car. And they claim that. Do you think it was true, or were they cheating? No, maybe, no. So no are leading. So it thinks that the majority says no, but we have only 13 votes, so there must be somebody that is voting. So, what is your vote? What, Georgia, what do you think? Yes, no, or maybe? Sorry? Tell us without voting. You voted maybe. That's very interesting. So can I ask anybody who voted no, why not? Please, why not? It doesn't seem possible to you. Why? How can a plane be greener than a car? Okay? What does greener mean? Less CO2 emissions in this case. Only CO2, huh? Yes. Questions for not having explained? Sorry? The kilometers are more or less the same from Paris to Rome. It was the so they said that that flight compared with the same kilometers. Yes, please. Are you French? My wife is French. Your answer is perfect. Stand up. Tell us what you say.
If the car was full or just one passenger, because it sounds a lot about emission for one.
So you say, sorry, I was joking about France because I always make jokes with France. I love France. You said correctly that it depends on the number of passengers, because what they did was, let's go to, this was the picture, okay? They said EasyJet flight 95.7 grams per kilometer. A traditional airline was 121 grams, and the Toyota Prius only more than EasyJet, 104 grams. But what they did is they wrote very small here. I don't know. Try and click. Maybe there is. No, go back. Here was very small emissions per passenger, but it was very small. So what they did, they compared a plane full, completely full, no seats left available, okay? With all passengers, from Paris to Rome, they compared it with a completely crazy guy who decided to drive all alone in his Toyota Prius from Paris to Rome. All alone. So one passenger in a car, 150 passengers on a plane. They divided the emissions from fuel consumption. It was nearly the same, okay? But why am I telling you this? Because be careful about the greenwashing. Be careful about the communication, because with numbers you can do many tricks. But in this case, they are right. The numbers are right. So even if Toyota Prius made legal attempts against this claim, Toyota Prius would have lost this because the numbers are correctly, but they can play many tricks. So you are studying this, you are studying your master courses. Be always careful about the distance between communication and numbers and reality, because you can do many tricks. We know many of these tricks, and we love also to collect them and teach them and try also to investigate whether they are correct or not. Okay, let's go to the other one. Yes, please.
To ask something, it is legally related, because as far as I know, in marketing is not allowed to directly mention your competitors. Was it at that time, 2005, this law available?
Very good question. You are allowed to mention your competitor, but you have to use correct numbers, otherwise you can be fined directly from the authority of advertisement. Now there is also an improvement of this. There is a new European directive on greenwashing. It's called European Directive on Green Claims, explaining exactly what does it mean, why it is important to use the correct numbers. So you can mention it, but you have to provide the sources, and you have to provide also the methodology that you have used. If the source and the methodologies are good, then you can compare. And if you, I don't know if you've seen on the Italian train ticket, on the back of the train ticket, there is a comparison of CO2 emission by train, plane, and car, done with a methodology called Eco-Passenger, that I have developed when I was in Paris, because I was working at the International Union of Railways. So we have developed this methodology to compare the emission of the train against the plane and the car. But now can you tell me why the emissions of the train can be very, very different from one country to another? Why the Italian train is that low emissions, and why a Polish train wouldn't be that low emission? I'm still watching it. Yes?
Elevation change?
Sorry?
Elevation change?
Elevation? No. Exactly. So, for example, if you compare a train with a plane and a car, and you take an European average train, it doesn't mean anything. This is another trick. You have to compare an Italian train if you travel in Italy, or a Polish train if you travel in Poland, because in Poland they have 75% of coal, so the emissions will be much higher on the train than on car, for example. Okay, so let's go. I'm using this to share with you some knowledge about and some ideas about the possible link between communication, green economy, and climate. What is the most widely used source of energy worldwide? Coal, oil, gas, nuclear, and renewables. Wow, coal is getting votes. I think there is a very optimistic person here in this room, and I would like to see who is he or she. That is the one who voted renewables. It would be great if this was the most. Who is the optimistic one? Yes, good. This is where we want to be in 10 years. Okay, most of you said oil. So let's let's see which is the reality. Sorry, this is very small to see, but the source is first oil, second coal, third gas, fourth nuclear, nuclear is the red one, fifth renewables, and then this is distinguished between renewables, hydroelectric and bioenergy, but all these three together, this one, okay? So as you can see, the fossil fuels led by oil, they are still the most widely used of energy. So we're talking about the COP, we're talking about the agreements, talking about the climate and the Paris Accord, but if you see where we are, we need really a revolution, because we want to be where she thinks we are now in the shorter time as possible.
If I may say why I chose it, let's look at the composition of those figures. If you look at population, and if you look at the world population, and how many people are probably neither using coal nor using oil, but using firewood, then I wonder if the numbers would look different. So if we look at the aggregate consumption of these resources, I agree, but I was just wondering whether if you correlate it with the population on this planet,
It's a very good. I don't have this slide, but you gave me an idea for the next presentation. Very good. I think it would be a big battle, because in the developing countries it's exactly as you say, but China and India together, they use a lot of coal. A lot of coal in China and India. So I'm afraid that fossil fuel will still be the first one, but renewables biomass will be much higher than this. Thanks for this. Okay, let's go to the next one. Now let's talk about business people, finance, something that has always been opposite to environment and to sustainability in the past, which is the main threat to the global economy according to entrepreneurs and financial community. We are talking about Davos meetings or World Environmental Forum in Davos, okay? We're talking about the most important gathering of finance and business. So what they said, it's the most threat. Climate, migration, economic recession, misinformation, and wars. Wars. Climate, migration, economic, misinformation. So what are they now more worried about? Financial and big business community. So if you were the owner of BlackRock financing, or the owner of a very big bank, or the owner of Apple, or Google, or Samsung, which would be your main threat to the global economy? Still wait a bit. Who votes climate? Why? Why do you think that somebody from a big bank should be worried?
In my logic, I was thinking in terms of these big guys, and I think all the rest they could control in a sense. But the climate, it would be difficult to control only by them unless they have some collaboration. So for sure they have the power to collaborate with the states, with other entities to control somehow the economic growth, information, armed conflicts, and even migration in a sense. But the rest to me seems less controlled with them.
Something that they cannot control directly. Good. Who is the one who voted? 2 people were voted climate. So anyway, let's see what they did in Davos last year. These are, I'm sorry, maybe you cannot see them. These are the global risks ranked by severity over the short and the long term, okay? In the short term, 2 years, the business community thinks that misinformation is the first one. This is unbelievable. They think it's hundreds of high-level businessmen and financial misinformation and disinformation. And the second one is extreme weather events, climate, at the second one. Yes. It should be polarization and fake news. But it's strange that this, to me, when I saw it, it looks strange that this was perceived as the first threat to the global economy. I agree that this is a big threat, because now everything is polarized. You cannot say nothing, you cannot say anything, and then because there are different fake news. But this is the first. But if you see the long term, 10 years, in the long term, the first 4 threats were all environmental ones. Extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and ecosystems collapse. You mean people in Davos, they think that biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse is the second global threat to the economy. I think this is a huge change of perspective and of culture if you compare it to 1993. Critical change to Earth systems and natural resource shortages, and there is even pollution at a very last point. This is why I'm saying this. I'm saying this because on one hand this is a positive news, because the business community now is much more on this. It's very positive. But on the other hand, we should ask ourselves how extreme and bad is the situation if they think that they have problems for their business, for their money. This is very important point, okay? I think we have a couple of questions more. Italy, what do you think about Italy in general? Food, fashion, football, of course, but which is the percentage of renewable sources, zero emission sources in the Italian electricity production mix, our electricity mix in this country? How much do we produce of renewable sources? We don't have nuclear, so zero emissions basically means only renewables, okay? Nuclear is zero in Italy. So you think that we have 15%, the majority said 15%, so the amount of electricity produced with renewables in Italy is 15%. And you wouldn't believe it, when I make these questions to the conferences and seminars in Italy, they all say more or less something between 5% and 15%. But it's more than 40% already now. We are, this is the 2023-4 numbers. This is calculated by our a project called Italy for Climate. In 2014, it was 44%. Now we have surpassed this, it's 45%. It's a lot already. But the discussion is so focused and polarized that most people in Italy think that renewable electricity with renewables is not enough. It will never be enough to power the country. And when I ask them, but how much do we have today? And they say 5%. Because of the communication and misinformation. Most newspapers, most TVs, most media say that renewables are not enough. And people believe it. So, if we have 45% now, the actual government of Italy, that is not exactly a government made by Greenpeace, let's say, representatives, already set a target of 66% in 2030, in 6 years. This means it's not like Germany that is, I don't know for how much time longer, but it has a target of 80% in 2030. We have 66% as a target, but it's a lot. It's a lot, and people don't know. So the lesson we learn from this is it's very important to communicate correctly with numbers and let people know before taking position in favor or against, because climate and energy are now treated as there was ideology, or if it was like football games. I'm from AS Roma and you are for the Lazio. Forget about Lazio, please. It doesn't exist. It was only a joke. So, we have maybe, yes, please. How is this split in the country? No, Italy is a very long country with difference between. Okay, you are right that the renewables are more in the south, but if we talk about solar, wind, but if we talk about hydroelectric, it is almost half of it's in the mountains in the north. So you have hydroelectric in the north, and then you have solar and wind in the center south at the moment. But it's rapidly changing, but unfortunately water is mainly in the mountains. So this will be more or less between 17 and 20% of the total production will be. The sea, you don't have technologies to produce from the sea. So in the sea you mostly see the windmills, but not the waves. Okay? Yes, please. Yes. This is what they say. There is a big debate about introducing nuclear in Italy or not, but mostly one of the points was this one. They say renewable electricity from renewables is not reliable because it depends on the weather. Do you agree with this? Do you think that electricity? Yes, please. So your point would be correct if we didn't have the storage technology, the batteries and the storage. If you have the storage technology, when you have the sun during the day, then you can then store it and use it in the evening because you have stored it from the day. And the same is from wind, when you don't have the wind, and the same is with the other renewables. So we have to invest a lot in batteries and storage. Much more than in windmills and solar panels now. It's batteries and storage, the technology of the future. That's why Elon Musk, when he decided to have electric cars, he invested on batteries, on gigafactories all over the world, because batteries are the key. Okay? Sorry, how much time do I'm Italian, I'm a lawyer, I can speak for hours, so please let me know how much time. Sorry? How much time in total? 5 minutes, okay. We go to the next. Which is the cheapest source? Money. Cheapest source to produce electricity. Coal, wind, gas, solar, nuclear. So what does it cost less? If you have to invest in a new power plant, would you invest in the one that costs less? Which one costs less? Coal? So forget about environment, forget about climate, think only about money, okay? I think this is a very good classroom of people, experts. It's not the return on the investment, it's the product, the cost of every year. So if you how much does it cost per kilowatt hour in 1 year from different sources? This is a very good, because the majority is saying solar. Solar is the cheapest one, but in Italy, if you do this question to 100 people, most of them will tell you between coal, gas, and nuclear. Let's see which are the numbers. This is the number from the International Energy Agency last year. So this is the dollars for 1,000 kilowatt hour. Solar is the cheapest one, together with wind. This is it's onshore wind, not offshore. Offshore more expensive. Then it's nuclear, that is much more expensive than solar and wind, but people in Italy don't know. They think that nuclear is very cheap. For misinformation and fake news, this is also very important to remember. And then gas, and then coal. But coal is the first source of electricity in the world, even if it's the most expensive and it's the most polluting. Okay?
Short marginal cost, and it does not include capital cost because it's paying all the... It does?
Yes.
Yeah?
If you go to the International Agency site, and you go to the output, energy output, they all include in one single indicator, includes also capital cost.
Okay.
And it's also, so you have everything compared in the right way. Okay? So it's not, again, it's not us or environmentalists, this is international, meaning OECD. Impact, by the way, they are. Okay, so if we have to close, I think, let's go to the final slide. I want to, no, it's better the first one. I want to tell you that we are in Florence, we are in the cradle of Renaissance and the culture, Italian culture. And this was a philosopher, Pico della Mirandola, was a philosopher of the end of the 15th century. And he was very famous for his memory. He could tell you the whole comedy by Dante della Alighieri without reading, starting from the last chapter to the first chapter. Something completely crazy. He was known for this, but it is much more important for a book that he wrote when he said why human beings are different from the rest of the other species. Because he said, because we are the only species that we are made, he said, we are made by God, not celestial like angels, earthly like animals, because we can decide what we want to be. We can change, and we can change our patterns, and we can change our actions, while the other species, in order to change their habits, it takes hundreds of years. We can change if we want to. So we are not mortal nor immortal. We are free, and we are creators of ourselves. So I would like to conclude with this message, because I think we are in time to change, but we need to decide. And I think that what you're doing in this project and your universities is part of this global design. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Raimondo, for your presentation. It was, I think, inspiring for all of us, particularly after the experience of this week, I think. Thinking about this number, it was particularly interesting. So I move on to the next keynote. as you know. So I will ask Romain Boitard to come here. So slide, I can put it from here. Okay. So maybe if you want.
So good morning, everyone. Actually, it's already good afternoon. I'm really sorry I'm holding you from your lunch break. I hope to make this not too long and informative. So my name is Romain. I work for the ETF, which is not the Exchange Traded Fund. I wish. It's the European Training Foundation. We're an EU executive agency. We're based in Torino, another beautiful Italian city. And we work on education and employment policies outside of the EU, which is really one of the unique features of our agency. So today I'm going to try to briefly discuss these two questions, and I'll try to link them also to what has been said this morning. So the role of universities in the green transition will be the first one, and then how do we conceive a world where the young people are agents of change? A very important question, I believe, and I'll explain why as we go along. So you can change the slide, please. So, I mean, you've seen, I don't know if you can read it from the back, you've seen this before. This is the quintuple helix model, sorry for the mouthful term, and this is largely how we see, at least at the EU institutions, how we see the evolution of the role of universities in today's world. So in the past, I mean, the academia has always worked with industry to different degrees, of course, but it's now become a complete condition for receiving any form of funding. You also need to address the requirements of the governments because they largely lead on policy and regulatory decisions, and they help you align to the climate goals that they have set, and therefore aligning to these policies makes it easier for you to access funding. And so that's not particularly innovative. What is more, let's say, recent in this policy recommendations is to really consider civil society, and by civil society we really mean both, of course, NGOs, but and social partners and the entire spectrum of the civil society in the governance perspective, but also the media and the population. And so just to give you an example, for example, the recent bans on single-use plastics is probably largely the result of media campaigns and people wishing for that to happen, and then universities and governments and the private sector came in. But that actually started largely from NGOs and people demanding for that. And then also very important is the inclusion of the environment as the not just the backdrop. I mean, in this diagram it's the backdrop, but the environment tells you what is possible, but also what are your constraints. And this morning, briefly, the term of the planetary boundaries came up. That's clearly what the environment allows you to do, but it also offers many opportunities. And one of the presentations this morning was about nature-based solutions, and clearly they are the best and certainly the most cost-effective. And they come from the environment. So it's the idea of this new innovation ecosystem is to really look at these 5 entities and how they link to each other and how they must connect. So universities are in the middle of a, let's say, sociological transformation, so you're like, let's say, in a driver's seat. But unless knowledge on its own is insufficient, as was said by Andrew this morning, which I fully agree with, it needs to be connected to have real-world impact, and this is largely thematically how you can connect it to real-life situations. Next slide, please. And so this is the open model. and so looking at the past and the present, so the idea in the past was that you would have this very closed innovation system where you would have academic curiosity, proposing new research questions, and then gradually they would be fine-tuned and eventually funded and implemented. And the idea is that today we can no longer rely on that system, and it needs to be open. And this is a diagram to kind of get your head around the idea of the open innovation model, where ideas, sure, they come into this funnel shape process, but they can come out and then come back and be affected by other actors, which could be anything from the private sector to the government to the media. So that's the idea for the first question. The second question, actually, wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, sorry, I'm missing a slide here, but I'll talk through it. You may have seen it. Is a slide from the IPCC report that came out a few years ago. I mean, there's been different editions. It's one of the most recent ones, where you see a graph of the world temperatures over time, and on that graph you also have different scenarios, but you have generations, and looking at the situation of young people today, as opposed to, let's say, working, let's say, X generation and boomers and the other older ones. And what this diagram shows, and I'm really sorry it's not on screen, I don't know what happened, it fell out of my deck, is that young people have the most to lose from climate inaction. Largely their life will be completely different to previous generations, and so and I wanted to bring up this diagram to show how intergenerational equity is a really important context when you talk about climate science, but climate policy, and certainly in global fora such as COP, where the role of young people is, in my view, insufficiently given consideration. So my point here is that intergenerational equity is the right thing to do, and that's the number one reason why we should have young people at the table of climate discussions. Now, of course, as we all know, being the right thing to do does not mean that's going to be done. As we've seen from the last 29 editions of COP, and we've just heard about it, the combustion of coal is still the #1 energy source throughout the world, even though we've discussed that 29 times in international fora. So why do we need to include the youth in these discussions? Well, there's this intergenerational equity issue, but also the fact that and now we go into education theory, that young people are less attached to traditional thinking. They're more able to challenge preconceived concepts that come from generations before them. They're more likely to be innovative, and they're more likely to disrupt changes because they're not so attached to traditional thinking. So their view can actually be very important, and there's examples of how having a disruptive thinking from the youth has really changed programming and policy decisions. There's also the reason, so that's already two reasons. The third one is that people being involved in climate policy, climate decisions, active citizenship actually contributes to better democratic systems. There's evidence of that by having young people involved and, well, in this case, demonstrating, but not only just having them involved in the discussions. It builds up their confidence, builds up their knowledge, it builds accountability of public institutions, and it therefore overall makes collective action easier. And I mean, the classic example is of the Fridays for Future that have largely some people will claim, launched the European Green Deal, and this was thanks to young people, and so making the point that by involving them more, you build accountability and therefore collective decisions. And the fourth argument is to do with education. We've established that knowledge on its own is insufficient. It needs to be connected to have an impact, and in order to have an impact, you need to go beyond simply acquiring new knowledge. As Drew said, you could get all the knowledge you need from YouTube lectures. What matters is whether you act. And in order to act, you need more than knowledge. You need to be an agent of change. And so these are, at the bottom, some of the reasons why you would not act. And then at the top would be the reasons why you would act. And these are all linked to education. So through education, you can empower people to take action. Because when educated, you understand that you do have a responsibility, and that my institution, in fact I was running it, we did many surveys amongst young people. The large majority of them think it's not really their responsibility, there's not much they can do, it's a government responsibility. And then, you know, interestingly, when you ask them, okay, so do you think your government is going to do something about it? They always say, no, we don't trust our government to do anything. So you think it's not your responsibility, it's somebody else who's not going to do it. So an education can address these issues, where you understand that everybody is concerned, it's a collective responsibility, and that it's really important. So the idea of being an agent of change is linked to education. And so that's for the educational perspective. Now I want to go briefly into the economic perspective. And the previous speaker talked about the World Economic Forum. I also got my World Economic Forum slides, the multinationals who meet up in Davos on a regular basis. These are not your family-run businesses. These are very large multinational corporations who basically run the world to a large degree. And so if you ask them so this was the environmental target set by the European companies. So this was limited to European companies. And what you can see is that over time, increasingly, they aim to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not enough, of course, we've established that, but there's an increasing trend, addressing emissions, addressing waste, increasing the percentage of renewable energy that they use, supply chains and environmental audits, etc., etc. I'm not going to go through the whole list, you can read it. But this is to prove that things are moving forward. Okay, it only goes till 2022. I couldn't get more recent data. Somebody could say in the room, well, yeah, things have happened since. Maybe there will be a change. Let's see. I've got more slides about that. We can go forward. So these are the expected impacts. Okay, sorry, you really can't read that. Almost impossible. This is the idea that young people should be educated and integrated in policy discussions on climate, because it's also a economic incentive for governments to make sure that their new generation can take up the new jobs that are emerging now, but will continue to grow. And this is the macro trends and how on the right you have the number of new jobs that will likely be created by a particular trend. What do you see? That the number one is efforts to address climate change and digitalization. Those are the biggest two trends in terms of job growth, making the point that you really do need to understand sustainability and in its whole complexity in order to be competitive on the labor market. We can go next slide. And here are, again, this is limited to the EU, the growth of jobs that have either the requirement for a green skill or AI in their description. You can see that both are going up very fast, and I put AI here also and digitalization more broadly because it rarely goes, it almost always goes together. Digitalization is driving sustainability and vice versa. This is at least how it looks like when you look at labor markets. Yeah, it's really useful. We work with them a lot. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. We also good. Yeah, please. So by green jobs, we use the EU definition, which is you have the European standards and occupation qualification, ESCO, which is like basically a phone book of every single possible skill that you can have. And they have recently, I think it was last year, following the European Green Deal, they have developed the Green Comp, which you mentioned this morning, but also the ESCO green labels. And so they've gone through all the possible skills and they've labeled some as green or not. And then you can use some data mining to look at online job vacancies and label the ones that correspond to the ESCO green label. And then you get your green jobs, which are, sometimes it's just one skill amongst 15, sometimes it's entirely green. So those are green jobs, but sometimes it's only partially green. So, right, maybe next one. Okay, and here, so I usually get the question, okay, so it's going with the, green and digitalization kind of go together. What about AI is going to replace all the jobs? So when you ask multinationals, their view on this is that on the left here are the jobs or the skills that you can't really substitute, even with generative AI, which is like a next step, well beyond ChatGPT and others. And what do you see? Environmental stewardship, empathy, I can't read that, no, manual dexterity. So what makes the sustainability competences and the green skills that you require for the labor market are also the ones that are least replaceable by a generative AI, which I think is encouraging to all of you working in this field. You will still be competitive even when generative AI starts taking over some of the employment. Yeah, we can jump that one. So, on our way to COP30, I don't know who will be going. You don't really need to go. You can follow it online, a lot of it. I think it's important that we all advocate for more education and more understanding of what climate change means and what can be done about it. We all need to be climate educators, particularly us in this field as we lead research institutes and talk to friends and family and colleagues. I think we all have a responsibility to help this very complex endeavor. And I want to finish with a couple of quotes because I know that the last, let's say, 3 COPs really have been largely held in authoritarian petro-states with very little achievements. That even, like, we didn't mention that this morning, but the one in Baku, they removed fossil fuel from the text. It's kind of really going backwards. And sometimes you may think, then Trump decided to pull out of the Paris Agreement, and then so it's really difficult to remain hopeful. And I get that, and I wanted to share what I do about it. This is very personal. Maybe for some other people it works differently, but I try to think that, well, you know, he says it best, we don't have to engage in grand heroic actions to participate in change. And so little things that we do at our level do matter when they're multiplied by many. And so this is one way that I use to deal with this very difficult phase of history. And then the last slide will be this one, that when you look at climate change and climate action, often it just seems like an unsurmountable mountain that just, you know, it's impossible to achieve. And so what I, you know, and this happens to me also in my job. So what I suggest you do when you have that is that you know, take a step back and unpack, break it down. You know, climate change is a huge issue, yes, but it's also lots of little problems. And if you break it down into little problems, then it may seem more possible. The solutions may become easier, or at least plausible. So that's one of my my cognitive bias that I use to address climate change, because otherwise you just drown in over-information and doom and gloom. So this was my tip to all of you if you have a similar situation. Thank you very much.
Yes, very much. It was very inspiring.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm really happy I managed to stay till the end of your talk. So I say goodbye to everyone because I have to go to another conference. I have to speak in a conference now, so I'm rushing away. And thanks to everyone, especially to the student. I think for what I could see, I think this has been a very interesting BIP. And I think with Sarah, we'll try to propose it again next year. So, and possibly from the next COP, not the COP30, but from the next one, we will try to have a delegation of students from EUniWell that can actually go to the to the COP. So be engaged and be in touch. Bye.
Thank you very much, Giorgio, for staying. Thank you. So before lunch, we have our last session for this morning, and I think is very well linked to what we have heard so far. And I think it will be inspiring talk. So it's a round table. So the idea is to really engage also with you in this kind of conversation, and we would like to explain you a bit we are doing as universities and as an alliance university for sustainability and for engaging with you students. So I ask please the speaker to come here. So we have Pamela Killian, so if you can come here, Hilmar Hoffman, Julian Varcuy, and Clarence Guiric. Sorry for the pronunciation. I'm super sorry for the pronunciation. Okay, maybe we can think. So, thank you very much for being here. Here we have some of the representatives from the Sustainability Office and organization at the different universities of the Alliance. I introduced a little bit the context for you and what are we working on. Then I will let you introduce yourself and your work for the first round. And then for the second round, we will go a little bit deeper in the conversation about the role of the university for climate action. So first of all, as you know, we are EUniWell Alliance University, as we said before, 11 university. Here we have 4 of the university representation in the network. What we are doing, I'm representing here the thematic arena on environmental change and well-being. Is one of the 6 thematic arena developing research and action and education proposal in environmental change and well-being in this case. So we have several different initiatives engaging with students and researchers to develop new research on environmental change and well-being. And one of these initiatives is what we call Sustainable Campus Initiative. This is meant to be really try to develop a framework to define sustainable campuses and to define also how the university can be a driver for change, putting together all the university community, so gathering students, researchers, academics, and staff, and engaging also with the civil society. So what has been done so far was to try to create a working group, and here we have some of the representatives of this working group. And we are currently developing our first report that will be delivered by the end of the month about really try to identify what are the key dimensions we would like to have to monitor and to define sustainable campuses. So we have started from some literature that is already there about how defining sustainable campuses, but we are really trying to engage in a conversation between universities coming from different countries in Europe to try to really exchange on what are the key initiatives and the key challenges that we face at the different universities we represent, and also to try to strengthen our network in order to be able to also do more things and improve the things that we are offering to students and to our community at our university. So the idea is that now we are starting this Sustainable Campus Initiative. The idea is to be more ambitious in the next months towards the next year, trying to build what we call Green My Community. So really the idea that we can try to create space also for exchange with students, researchers, and staff at the university, trying to enable a bottom-up approach towards the creation of new initiative and new method at the university to engage the community in sustainability, and also to enable the university to really have a role in climate action, as we said. And of course, this is strongly linked with this BIP that we hope to organize, as Giorgia Giovannetti said before, also for the next week and also in the next years. Hopefully to create, to be able to create a real delegation of students, academics, and staff that will be able to go there at COP in the next years to represent the Alliance and to advocate, as we said in the previous presentation, the role of education needs more space, for sure, on the climate debate and at climate negotiation table, of course, because it's always underrepresented, and we strongly believe that it has a key role. We have seen data, and we know that university can really make a change. So we hope to be able to do that in the next year. So this was a short introduction, so I will pass the floor now to you for a first round of presentation. I would like you to introduce yourself to students and tell something about your university and what your office is offering to students also. We start from you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So my name is Florence, and I'm from Nantes University. I'm currently working in the Green Office. We are like 12 people working on several topics like mobility, like sensibilization, like the greenhouse analysis of the university, for example. And so specifically I'm working on like Green Campus, so which is the topic today and the working group, but I'm also working with the student engagement and well-being student, which is the specialty of my job. I'm the only one working in the Green Office and with EUniWell, so I'm creating a link between like EUniWell, the well-being, and what we are doing at the scale of the university about like all about environment topics. My colleagues and I are working, for example, on a student initiative, an initiative for the students, which is called the Citizen Lab. And for example, we are working on Nomad Repair Coffee, which is like an exhibition about circular economy, which permits the students to come and to participate to a workshop to like repair themselves their like numeric stuff, or like their bikes, or like their clothes. So it's free, and it's for everyone in the university. It's every week in every different campuses from university, because Nantes University, it's very big. It's like 6,500,000 students. So there is like 7, 8 different campuses. So the objective, the purpose is like to be able to touch and to be in touch with all of the campuses, all of the students, and to be able to offer the same quality of proposition, of actions, of events for all of the campuses and all of the students. For example, we also have like a lot of sensibilization part in our Green Office. We do like a lot of workshop, like climate fresque, or like about biodiversity, about sexism, about different topics. We also have like a new workshop which is for like the associations of students, because my job is really to be like in contact with the students and the association of students. And this workshop is about to help the students to create and to organize sustainable events in the university or outside the university. So we just give them like the tools, like the ideas, the new ways of thinking about it, like some places which are maybe more sustainable, this kind of stuff. And I don't know, there is some other, we are working with EUniWell to spread a new assessment which is named TASK, which is the assessment for the sustainability, which is free and open for all the students, and as soon as possible it will be open for all the students from EUniWell Alliance. And it's like a test which is like with some question about durability, about sustainability, and the objective is just to be able to know what is your knowledge, how would you feel about it, and to be able to pass the exam at the end of your studies again to see if there is like an evolution, and to have this valorization in your next job or in your life in the next step of your evolution and professional evolution. So that's the kind of stuff that we are trying to make in with the team. I don't know. Yeah, there is also like the challenges, the climate challenges, which is like a proposition of a lot of action, like individual and collective actions. It challenges like the way you live and the way you have old habits, and it's very specific on topics. Like there is one about sports and mobility, there is one about like food and like a new way of consuming like no meat or this kind of stuff. There is also about like clothes and how to manage to change your habits about new clothes, about like being in a circular economy, this kind of stuff. So it's, I think, really interesting. Maybe there is other stuff that we can discuss after, but that's more or less the thing that we are trying to work on.
Thank you. Hello. Congrats for your presentations. Very interesting. My name is Julien Vercueil. I'm Vice President of EUniWell. EUniWell is a university located in Paris and specialized in area studies, Oriental area studies. When compared to my colleagues, EUniWell is a little bit in late regarding environmental matters. It's my second term as a vice president. The first time I was vice president for valorization, which means a lot of things, including professionalization, insertion of students. And when the president asked me to renew my term, I asked to be also responsible for environmental issues. It means that so far, grosso modo, I'm the only one in governance of EUniWell who is responsible for this matter. And so the first task I assigned to myself was to try to define what kind of policy we could have at EUniWell regarding environmental matters. And of course, I could have written on my side, in my desk for 1 year, the policy of EUniWell, but I thought it was completely senseless. I thought that my first step would be to engage the most widely possible manner students and other staff members in the designing of this policy. So in order to do that, we organized an assembly, temporary assembly, which was called convention, and we gathered students, staff members, faculty members, but also alumni and also partners in a manner similar to this kind of Green community topic. Of course, we were not very numerous. We were only between 30 and 40, but it was very interesting to see how each individual contributed to the writing of a collective policy regarding our institute. And this ended up during 1 year of 12 plenary sessions and specialized working groups working in to write and to propose some recommendations for the institute, for the university. And it was very interesting to see how progressively each participant became more and more engaged, more and more involved in this process. And then the outcome was timely, because we had a very hard time constraint. Timely, they delivered a proposal of more than 44 recommendations, very practical, not only broad, but tailored to the size and the purpose of our institute. And then with the board of directors, we examined these recommendations, but also some added recommendations that we added as the governance body. And it was voted just 3 weeks ago by our board of directors, and now it's the EUniWell's policy regarding environmental responsibility. It is divided in 5 topics. The first topic is research and innovation, how the research can add to our knowledge about this kind of topics regarding the specialty of our staff members, but also how research can be more responsible. It's also a vice versa question. The second is, of course, teaching, how to integrate more deeply these environmental matters in our curricula. Also, there is the question of the environmental impact of our activity, because of course, as a university, we pollute in going abroad, we pollute in hitting our premises and so on. So this is also something very important to tackle. And there's also a question of how to manage the social impact of all this transformation that we have to engage in. So this also was a special working group trying to tackle this question. And no, we have to implement it. So the next step will be to see if we have the human and financial resources in order to settle all the policy and to implement all the policy in all this field. One interesting thing is that I didn't know what could be the outcome of that, and one thing is that some of the members of this convention asked the convention to be prolonged in this informal way that we adopt at the beginning. Of course, we will have, this is one of the recommendations, I forgot one dimension, which is governance and strategy, okay? The fifth one. And within this governance and strategy, we will establish a permanent body, official body, integrated into the normative structure of INALCO. But aside of that, and backing in some, and maybe monitoring also in a way, this formal body, the participant of the convention asked me to propose an informal body which will comment and I think accompany these changes that we are initiating in INALCO. I don't know at present what will be the success or the achievement of this body, but what I can tell you is that the first meeting of this new body will be just after this week. So we will see with these volunteers coming from the students and also alumni and also staff members and faculty members will tackle and integrate all the 62 actions that we have defined in INALCO and how they will handle it and bring into life what we have to do now. So it's only the beginning of a story.
Hello everybody, my name is Pamela, Pamela Kilian, and I'm the Sustainability Officer of the University of Cologne. It's one of the largest universities in Germany, 45,000 students, almost 5,000 staff, huge medical school, 6 faculties. And of course, sustainability has been a topic for a long time, but with the Fridays for Future and then the Students for Future movement 5 years ago, the issue really was swept into the Senate, which is the most important democratic body of the university. And immediately the Senate decided to take action and to initiate a strategy process. So we since then have at the same time focused on immediate action as well as a structured, systematic strategy process that will step by step institutionalize sustainability within the university. So as a sustainability officer, I work in this formal function since 2022. I coordinate the topic since 2020. And the mission that is now together with the Vice Rector for Sustainability, our joint mission is to, on one pillar, to promote sustainability as a value for each and every one of us. And the other is to mainstream sustainability in a whole institution approach in all fields of action within the university. So as an officer, I work in a team. Our sustainability office caters to all in the university and represents also to external partners. We do counseling, we do coordination, we do communication, we do analysis and reporting. So we basically try to facilitate all needs and all formats that are now newly developed, which is a very complex and a very thrilling job. So if you're ever interested in more details, I don't want to, count and list all measures, but just go to UOC sustainability and you will find our strategy, the sustainability strategy that has been published in 2023 together with the council, as Julien just described. Of course, we are not working on our own. We have a sustainability board that is the critical and sparring partner of the rectorate, and not always of the same opinion, which is very fruitful in the situation. I want to bring up a point. The universities in Germany are generally not really funded to implement measures in sustainability. So we have to kind of work with what we have to make a huge transition. But we still want to, at UOC, want to make progress in our key features, teaching and research. And at the same time want to be a role model organization that is, critically reviewing their processes, their energy consumption, etc. So, but I do want to say that I think the biggest impact, like our speakers today already shared, it can be by doing really a good job in research and teaching. So while we are trying to bring down our emissions, another primary focus is in the development of formats and in the counseling of the people. So just one example is that we counsel researchers who are proposing, who are writing research proposals, who are setting up their research, very energy intensive research in some parts, for example, high performance computing and the like. So we try to talk with everybody who wants to improve what they do, be it teaching or be it research processes, or be it study in forms of events, seminars and the like. So yeah, I will stay with that, and I'm open for question and pass on the mic to Ilma.
Thank you, Camilla. My name is Tilma Hoffmann. I'm Chief Sustainability Officer of the University of Constance in the southwest of Germany at the Lake Constance. It's a pretty nice place, actually similar to Florence, but of course without the lake. What message I bring to you is that we can do everything if we are strong enough to take action. And the story of the University of Constance in terms of sustainability is that actually the student body started with this sustainability action. In 2015, the first green office, a student-led green office, started in Constance, and this was aligned with the green office movement from Maastricht University. And this really helps us in many actions and many measures which were already implemented at the University of Constance. The top-down governance structures and control came later on in the early 2020s, and nowadays also with the staff unit of sustainability, which I'm heading. So from this perspective, Constance is really interesting because the students have still a lot of power. So they're independently planning their measures, their agenda, and they're supported financially by the university, and this is really a cool thing, and they can be in contact and interaction not only with their colleagues, so with the students, but also with other status groups of the university via a chain from my office to the vice rector and rector. So, and this is this bottom-up approach is maybe really specific for Constance. Nevertheless, we have, of course, due to the point that sustainability is also a strategic topic for the university, the top-down control and support, I would say. But this is what I really have in mind. For the rest, I would say it's quite similar what Camilla told already or said to you, this is really similar aligned, and I hope that sustainability will be also financed in the future in the university. She mentioned already the problem that all this effort is supported by extra money which is not in the regular budget of the university, and this is also part of our plans to bring this into account to really succeed with the implementation on the long run. So for this I would really stop with it and hand over to Sarah.
Thank you very much. And just really briefly, because today I'm also representing the Green Office of the University of Florence. Unfortunately, Marisa Santioli, the head of the office, was not able to be here today, but is sending greetings. Green Office in Florence also is quite recently established, it's just a few years. And as for the cases of the other university, also in Florence, the Green Office is trying really to push for several initiatives engaging students. And as been said so far, the idea is really, and in something that all the sustainability offices are really pursuing at university with a lot of challenges, and then we maybe discuss about that later, but it's really to try to engage the community on one hand, on the other hand to, as been said, strictly meaning sustainability in terms of decreasing emission and trying to develop strategy also about best practices in traveling, in managing energy system at the university, in also advocating for a change in habits at the different campuses. We have started to exchange a bit about what kind of initiative we have at the different campuses, and has been said a lot about really projects and plans for trying to work with canteens to change the menu and try to have more vegetarian offer. We have talked about increasing the clean energy reliance for the building of the campuses. In most of the cases we have the university, the campus university, composed by several buildings, and of course not all the buildings are very new buildings, so there is also the challenge, as we can see here, so there is also the challenge to try to face what are the infrastructure constraints sometimes, and also another piece to also try to interact with the municipality where the university is based, in order to try to align with the municipality on the needs that university has in terms of energy consumption and sustainability action. So here, I mean, I would like to move on with our conversation. Talking about, I mean, your ideas relating to the importance of university in climate action. So we have said a lot already about the engagement that we have as sustainability offices in trying to really change the mindset of the community at our university, in trying to push students for being involved in activities and research and education that could be more sustainable, and with the sustainability thinking really as part of the key fil rouge, let's say, for all what we do at the university, from research to education and to life at the university. So, and in the previous conversation we have seen that nowadays we have still a lack of representation of the universities at the table for negotiation at international level, but also sometimes at the regional level. Is not given for granted that university are a key player in climate action. So I would like to have a thought from you about what do you think university could do better, and what are the key challenges in having a bigger role in this international setting, and what you hope for the future. Who wants to start?
Okay, if I may start, I will say that first of all, one of the historical tasks of university is to set the stage for the knowledge which would be scientifically based about these kind of topics, in order to build some kind of fence against post-truth world in which we are. So if we are strong on our natural science basis and also social science basis, this will be the major contribution that a university, which is primarily a knowledge institution, could contribute to the society. And of course, we have also this kind of tasks, which is to transfer the knowledge to our students, who will be the shaping community of the future. So this is very important to embed our research in our teaching, and keeping the pace of that, and keeping the accuracy of the knowledge embedded in our teaching constantly. And third, this is also this question of interacting with society, because of course universities are open institutions. They gather people from outside the community of students and staff members. So it's very important to be a hub in order to share widely the knowledge. And fourth, I think we also have a political action to foster, to lobby towards our ministries, towards our political staff and leaders, in order to be also, as a group, an agent of change. And I think for this sake, it is very interesting to have this European-wide EUniWell association alliance, because this also can bring to us some ideas in the political field, and in the key message we want to bring to the political staff.
So when taking a whole institution approach, yes, we did cut our CO2 emissions. We cut them to date by about 30%. We are trying to reduce them even more. That's the field of operations and facility management. In the field of research, we try to give the best environment to inspire the researchers to think about how their research, which is free, which we do not want to steer, which we want to allow to develop freely, but how it can sort of take into account this topic of uttermost relevance. The idea is to allow for an environment that will take climate change up as a relevant issue in their fields of research. And what is one notable example is that our huge arts and humanities faculty has come with come forward with the development of the environmental humanities. So that is a very recent development, and there have been new projects funded, and there are more proposals written currently that will take up how do humans interrelate with their within the ecosystem, but also in the face of environmental change. Focus primarily on climate change, but not only. So at the institutional level, across all fields of action, we have to say climate change is of uttermost importance, but it cannot be viewed in isolation from other socio-ecological interdependencies. So we like to look at the planetary boundaries as our reference concept, and not only at climate change. So this is maybe one aspect that should be mentioned there. So I've talked about operations and research, and in terms of teaching, well, LiveCop is the best example for a new way of envisioning what teaching can be in the university. So you being agents, and this agency being practiced, experimented with in the university as a place for you to develop your own personality, but also your expertise and skill set. So there we see our role as providing the environment and providing inspiration also for teachers. So we have in our didactics, higher education didactics center, we come up now and promote new innovative teaching formats. Maybe I'm allowed to quote exactly this seminar in the talk that I will have in April to share what teachers could do. So there I've addressed already 3 fields of action. Knowledge transfer is the 4th one. Yes, well, we want to sensitize, raise awareness in collaboration with our regional, also international partners like EUniWell, and engage more in policy making. I think that's what EUniWell did a great job in so far, is that trying to set the agenda. So we have to be part of European policy development. So that is something that is now, as the Alliance is growing and maturing, more and more done. So these are just 4 examples from the 4 fields of action.
Thank you, Pamela. And there are many points that are really right and in a good position to mention. What I want to raise is the term of responsibility. We as a higher education institutions, we take a specific responsibility for our societies. We are not only educating the young generations who may promote and lift the transformation, but we are also responsible in what we are doing in daily life and how we act at the current stage. So it's not only always a future perspective, but it's also what we are doing right now, because of course it can be sometimes easy to make everything into a projection what could be happened in the future. But what is important at the moment is that we do not have much time and the universities have to take action now. So this responsibility issue is a key thing for me, and of course we can empower this by teaching, by certain skills, by self-empowering of students and even of teachers and scientists. We have this, think this in both ways, because we can only provide good teaching formats if our teachers are educated in these formats. Typically they think from content-oriented teaching. So, but what we really need for our teachers is, or professors, is that we have to change the formats of how they teach at the universities. So yeah, and by taking this responsibility, a key issue is of course the transfer, and I think that's important to think in the 3rd mission statement, so that we are not only providing humans which can live the transformation and educate in this transformation, but also to take into account all others which are not part of this university and academic bubble, because this is always a higher risk that we represent only a certain proportion of the population. So we have to integrate the majority actually of our population into our action. And of course, citizen science, advocacy, actions with the social society, this all can be measures done, but the strength is that to work within networks, and the EUniWell network or other university networks are there a key issue. Because of course we can think globally and we can act regionally or on a national level, but we have to think both things always together, because only writing policy papers does not bring you to action. And only if we combine these things together also with our networks, we will be successful, and people also will believe in the transformation.
I'm not sure I've got a lot to say, to add, because there is a lot of things that have been said. But I mean, in another point of view, because you were talking about teaching, so that's not my field of action, and I'm not really used to it. But I know that in the Green Office we have the same goal and the same objective of really be more than like the central role, more be like an help for the students to be to feel involved and to feel like they belong to the university actions and to the university responsibility to be part of everything that we have said before. And I know that it's important, I think, to take with us the students that are already, of course, aware and feel being part of it. But I think that's also our mission to try to interest and to make feeling being part and feeling belong also the students that are not really interested or are not really don't have the keys, don't have the knowledge, don't feel confident about being capable of actions and of changes. So I think that's maybe the main mission that we have to take in account. It's really this have a global vision and take everyone with us. But yeah, I think maybe that's the main thing that I have to add.
Thank you very much. And talking about students, I would like to give the words to students. So I would really like to ask you, because I know that at some university they have already started also survey on that. So I would like to take the opportunity of this moment to ask you directly, what do you feel it would be extremely needed that you don't see at university in terms of sustainability? And it would be, I mean, it's whatever, I mean, as you have heard so far, we are talking about a very broad concept of sustainability. Is teaching, is research, is climate mitigation, is CO2 reduction, clean energy, is transport, is, I mean, thinking about sustainability, a broad sense of sustainability, what do you think is missing, university? What do you would like to have at your university? What do you think is important?
Okay. Okay. Well, I've always had this idea. I mean, not only because of today, because of course there are a lot of inspiring works, and congratulations to all of the universities to what you're doing. But I've always been thinking of the connection between academia and industry. Like students are complaining they don't get the adequate practice when they go to the labor market. There's this skill gap and everything. On the other side, as we mentioned to our presentation, there are some universities that are currently offering some incubation programs, accelerators for startups, but still there are few leading ones that are doing very well, and the rest they're just offering such a service but without a clear strategy. So what I think is that should be a kind of relationship between academia and industry in terms of common curricula development and common usage of resources. Particularly in the context of circular economy. For example, university knows how to research. They have the labs, they have the professors, the academics, while industry, they really know what's going on the field. They know the practical science. So if they share together some kind of like databases, knowledge, idea, in terms of being aware of what's going on, like there's this waste, and university then can research and somehow open some competitions or invite students to innovate. I think that it's going to be a really good idea in the terms of circularity. I don't know if this is a dream, but I think it is doable.
So do you think it's a dream or is it doable?
No, I'm really grateful that you brought up this point because University of Cologne has a Gateway Startup Center. We got some funding by the state for that, and obviously it's focused on startups. We just want to basically increase university startup and our performance, and we already have successfully done so. But when setting up the sustainability office, we thought about how can we take this entrepreneurial spirit and benefit the mission of sustainability, and vice versa. How can we, from the sustainability community, inspire the startup or the students who are interested in creating a startup? How we can inspire them? And now we have one location of the sustainability office in the innovation center, in the startup center. And we applied for funding to create a service, especially catering to green business models with a focus on climate change. And I should have mentioned that earlier, but I think actually you just brought up the point, and now it fits even better. So keep fingers crossed for this extra funding that will be a tailored service to green startups for the university.
Thank you. So, more impression by students?
So, in my university, Linnaeus, we do have some issues I thought that was not mentioned from all five of you, is the buildings themselves. Well, you've mentioned a little bit of old buildings and so on. We have a pretty new university, or newer than most here, and most of the buildings that we have been now covered in either some grass or some trees, or have solar panels on them, just to reduce the amount of energy that they rely on other sources. How does that look like for you? Or do you, one of the issues we have as well is that the university doesn't own the building directly, but they do it through the city. So they can also be a challenge. But how does it look like for, well, all of you, I guess?
I think this is a challenging question. Yes.
Maybe I can give a good example. So our buildings are 50 to 60 years old. Of course, they have to renovate now. Some are already renovated. We also build some new ones. And what we do at the moment in terms of energy, 100% of our roofs will be covered by PV panels at the end of this year, maybe beginning of next year. So this was a large initiative after the first phase of PV on 1/3 of our roofs. But this will cover only about 10% of our energy demand in terms of electric energy. So, and another thing is, of course, the heat supply. And due to the fact that we are in a good position next to the lake shore, and we are pumping already water to the university for cooling of processes of high performance computing, we will use this lake water for heating the university, installing a new large-scale heat pump system at the university ground next to the buildings. And this, of course, will cover most of our heat demand at the university. So at least we changed the sources of energy, I have to say, but with the building it takes a long time to do so. Of course, we have there a lack of financial resources to do all within the next maybe decade, which would be possible if the resources are there, but we're also lacking human power and planning capacity to do so. So it will be a longer way, but what we can do from our perspective is already on the way. And maybe that's a good example. If you're early enough, you can be act as a pilot institution for the entire federal state, for the federal government. And so for Constance was the lucky situation to be in that position now and convert the entire heat and energy demand on renewable energy by the end of 27.
Thank you very much. Other insights from students?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I was also wondering if some of the universities present have linked with non-formal education, because right now I think that all of the university present here can be very interesting regarding the research, regarding the counseling, but sometimes non-formal education, as for instance associations, can be very useful because sometimes they are on the ground and they are implementing some policies, some actions with other institutions, other small groups regarding renewable energies, regarding also climate change situations. So I thought that maybe creating some partnership may be kind of interesting. What do you think about it?
Thank you for your interesting question.
So mentioning the freedom of research and teaching and the idea of, let's say, objectivity or neutrality. Obviously that is a goal, and in fact everyone is biased in everything he or she does. But having said that, we are currently discussing very controversially about how much values and norms are part of the class, should be in the classroom. And the Sustainability Council that was held for the 10th time just 2 weeks ago was a very interesting discussion. The professor said value education is important, but we as teachers are not the ones who say what's right and wrong. We just encourage in engaging into all forms of education, not just in the classroom, but inspiring in the classroom to go beyond. And as leaving the classroom, you put on, well, you take off your hat as a student and you become your private person, but you still continue to learn. And that's the aspect of informal learning. So in some of the teaching concepts that we test and develop, one has been introduced this morning by Drew that involves a simulation game. We built on that in another teaching format where we played Sustain and were in the role game, and then as a next step on top of that, each student got assigned one of the SDGs and was supposed to find a non-governmental organization or a let's say non-scientific organization, choose it and contact it and get in touch and pretend or test if he or she would be, could become interested in engaging themselves there. Like, so testing, like following up on the question of advocacy. Am I willing to advocate? And I'm testing that question by informing myself. So that is one example. Another example is service learning. Service learning is a long established concept where students step across from the academic world to the social engagement and support, be it a social campaign or environmental campaign, and give their ideas and their work productivity to a organization. So that has been established. We have about 15 service learning projects every year. Some concern climate change, many concern also biodiversity and many other topics.
Thank you very much. If I may add something, I would like to mention that EUniWell is also a group working exactly on teacher education, and so is strongly involved in trying to study and research on innovative methods for research and for teaching, particularly with a focus on sustainability. And also, I mean, in Florence we have the Teaching and Learning Center that is really involved in try to provide education in innovative way, and also trying to tackle also informal learning, long life learning. So really to have a broad portfolio, let's say, of type of education in terms of how it can be delivered and how it can be managed, also interacting with students. So I think this kind of occasion are extremely important to exchange with students, to understand what student needs. And I think this is also something that we mentioned, the need for the university to increasingly engage with their students to explore the needs and to try to develop innovative way of teaching and to interact more. And I think we are about to conclude because lunch is ready. So I think we are all eager to eat now. It was a long morning. So I would like to conclude by saying that we also hope that, I mean, this BIP really represented for us a first step to try to do some innovative way of engaging students with several different stakeholders, and we think that this is particularly key in climate action. So you have been involved in exchanges with the think tank, with NGOs, with the administration of the university, with the teacher and researcher. So I hope that this was really useful for you, and we hope that we can replicate, and that this could also be a starting point for further innovative learning and experience for all the university community involved. So thank you again, once again. Thank you to the speakers, thank you to the students, and to the previous speaker of this morning for the excellent presentation and inspiring thoughts. And I think we can all go eating something, and we reconvene at 2:30. Thank you very much.
We have to change something. So the system cannot be sustainable because we have to transform the system. And the point is how to do it and at what level. Indeed, maybe during the lecture you remember that we talk about complex systems, and economy is a complex system because it's composed of many elements, many components that are heterogeneous, that are linked to society and to environment. So at a certain sense we have to understand at what scale we have to intervene. The current narrative and the paradigm is focused on individual level, no? So usually we are talk about the individual, I mean, the sustainable consumption. So you have to care about what, for instance, what means of transport you use. So the bicycle or the car, or to recycle. That are, of course, good practices. But the point is, are these sufficient, or is this the level to make the system sustainable or not? And so the idea of today is to question this. I mean, the first point is all the initiatives that focus only on individual level make an implicit assumption, that is, that the goals are given and the purposes are given and they are shared, so they are unique, and so you have to behave accordingly to a certain purpose. So you can behave well if you recycle, or not if, for instance, if you trash the plastic in the street. So the point is sustainability, whatever it means, and the transformation needs a social construction of purpose and meanings. The point is that society usually is composed of many organs, let's say, if you want to take the parallel with the social metabolism. But since we are different and we are composed of different groups, we have different interests. So when different values and different interests are in contrast, of course, possible conflicts may emerge. And the issue of conflicts is usually neglected in the narrative of sustainability, but any social transformation entail a certain level of conflicts that not necessarily are like violence, and they don't need to do so, but conflict is, we have to struggle if we want to pursue an objective that is not the main one, or what is defined at mainstream level. So here is the point of the issue of collective actions and coordinated action is a certain level that is not individual, but not even at institutional level. So it's kind of in the middle. And the case of the GKN, and maybe others that Francesca can talk about, it goes in this direction. So the idea is to create an initiative from bottom, that is the collective action, but that is within a complex system. So, and indeed, as Francesca will explain, they have to speak with the ministry, they have to speak with the Regione Toscana, they have to include common people. So they are working at different levels. And the idea of working simultaneously at different levels is important in order to understand that we have the process of transformation entail a never-ending, let's say, exchange with different people and different institutions. And so, the idea of today is to learn how to do it in practice. So maybe ecological economics during the time has developed a lot of theory and also some concrete examples, but most of the time from outside of Europe. So this case is very relevant because it's one of the first experience that lasts for 3 years or more. And so the idea today is to learn also, to understand how this is possible, what are the difficulties, what are the obstacles, what are the main motivations, and also what is this project. And so I leave the floor to Francesca.
Thank you, Sarah, for your introduction. Thank you, Tiziano, for your suggestions. I'm gonna reflect with you in the last part of my speech because your speech has been so insightful and full of new ideas to be shared with you. Thank you all for being there today. For me, it's almost impossible to sum up this huge dispute, this huge movement starting in Campi Bisenzio in 2021, but I will try to give you an overview in the first part of my speech, just to have some information about the starting point of the JKN struggle, and of course then we will move on to the reindustrialization processes grounded from the firm, and also referring to the possibility to create a model for industrial policies both on local and also national level. But okay, in the 9th of July 2021 in Campi Bisenzio, which is a municipality here in the outskirts of Florence, more than 400 workers from this former automotive factory producing components mostly for Stellantis but also for Maserati and Ferrari received the notice of the dismissals by email, via email. So you can imagine in the middle of July, in a very hot sunny day here in the province, and which is most important in the after the unblock, how to say, the first day of the unblock of the dismissal procedures after the pandemic. So the national government gave again the possibility to interrupt labor contracts, and the JKN has been the first case of dismissal in the second pandemic wave. So after receiving this news, all the workers decided to enter the gates of the firm and occupying them. But they decided not to call it as an occupation, but as a permanent assembly, in the sense the meaning has been protecting the factory, protecting machineries, protecting their own labor expertise and forms of lives in a certain way. And the former JKN factory is now in permanent assembly. You can go there and maybe visit the factory if you want with the workers of the factory collective. The factory collective is the real heart of this mobilization, because it has been created in 2018 when the factory, the company, JKN, which was a multinational company, an English one, a UK-based one, has been acquired from a private equity fund, Melrose. So in 2018, workers started to reflect on the necessity to create more instruments to increase the representativeness of workers inside the factory, to better control the new ownership, which was a very far one, you know, deeply inside the processes of financiarization of the economy on a global level, etc. So the creation of the factory collective has been and is now the reason of this long duration mobilization and dispute. I would like to add another point on the organization side, because in the firm, in the former JKN firm, you can find traditional representatives, so workers elected, and members of the most important union of metal workers in Italy, which is FIOM, inside the CGL network. Then there is the factory collective, and again other instruments of workers' control. The liaison delegates, which are expansions of traditional representativeness. So the workers created a proper school, an education system inside the factory. Other workers working side by side with other workers and teaching elements of, politics, not also instruments of struggle inside the workplace, but also more general politics elements. So this enlarged consciousness of class struggle, of political implication on a more global level, it has been a powerful instrument of education in terms of workers' representation. And then last, the General Assembly of Workers, which is composed both of JKN workers, so employed by JKN, and all the outsourced workers around the factory, so concierge, canteen, cleaning, people who who cleans, you know, bathrooms and warehouses. So this idea of a huge ecosystem all around the factory, and everybody is important, everybody has to be represented in the dynamic of conflict with the property, with the bosses and their representatives inside. So just to have some elements to answer the question, how can they resist in more than 3 years? Okay, so a lot of consciousness, a lot of instrument of representations cultivated over decades, more or less. So after the installation of the permanent assemblies, a lot of stuff passed. First of all, JKN workers organized more or less 5 national demonstrations all along Italy, most of them in Florence, but also in Bologna and Napoli, to connect with the ecological movement all around Italy. And why? What is the reason of this choice? The connection between the reason of a radical transformation on the factory level, so towards a new production to be possible inside after the relocation process, and the more general urgency of an empowering process inside the ecological movement. So the so-called convergence method, in the sense of creating a concrete platform among worker struggle and climate justice movement. It has been also very important, the idea of erasing definitely any blackmail between labor and environment among climate justice, social justice, and inequalities, for example. So during these years, a lot of demonstration has been promoted with thousands of people supporting both workers, both and climate activists. So it has been also an occasion for climate justice organizations to enforce their networks and to practice more radical path of social justice within the labor side. I can say that. So I tried to talk about organization, then social mobilization, and now I would like to share with you the main features of the more technical and concrete process of transformation of the factory. And I will choose to use transformations because Tiziano's introduction has been so clear in identifying the conflict between naming sustainability as a linear and clean process. So it's very important to highlight the radicality of these plans of transformations from below towards toward fighting inequalities and fighting the idea of a trade-off between territory and a territory and a plant, for example. So first of all, with a lot of researchers and professors from different disciplines and different universities. In the autumn 2021, we created a research group called Solidarity Research Group within JKN Workers, and we worked side by side with the factory collective, trying to shape their ideas about the transformation, the ecological transformation of the factory. So they started saying, we are now in a factory devoted to automotive components. We are aware of the urgency of a transition from individual fossil-fueled mobility to a public and ecological one. So why can't we restart a production inside the automotive sector, producing the same components, but for the new buses fleet the Europe asked us to create by 2035, it's the deadline maybe? I can't remember, sorry. So we have the expertise, we have the machineries, and we have the firm completely maintained by us. So the first reindustrialization plan published by Fondazione Feltrinelli, you can find the document online on the Fondazione Feltrinelli website, was a plan dedicated to this trajectory. So not a radical transformation, but a gradual transformation in the same sector from private mobility to public one. Okay. Unfortunately, even if we presented that plan at the Ministry of Economic Development and in thousands of negotiating tables on a local but also national level, no answer, no possibility to enter into a dialogue, into a negotiation with the public actors. So we always say we have been forced to another idea of reindustrialization because the rational one would be staying in the automotive sector and not to create other business plan. But we have been forced to reinvent. And the plan, the second reindustrialization plan, which is the actual one, then I can try to share some details, is I can say is a scale down of the first one. So public mobility, are we all aware of the importance of public mobility? Okay, but we have to scale down. So the possibility to design and assemble cargo bikes for the light mobility of the last mile mobility in our cities. In the first plan, there was also a trajectory about the possibility to produce components for electrolyzers or other systems to produce renewable energy. Okay, we have to scale down. Maybe we can produce solar panels. Okay, so the two trajectories of production, solar panels and cargo bikes. Scouting companies to find raw materials, to find machineries, and also to book the first products, cargo bikes in particular. We find another possible trajectory of reindustrialization, which is the dismantling and recycling of exhausted panels, so to create a concrete circular economy dynamics inside the factory. People can, we can recuperate exhausted panels entering them into a recycling circle and obtain new recycled new materials to be reintroduced in the production of new panels. So at the moment, the business plan has these three focal points, and fourth one, naming that, I can go to the conclusion, because the fourth one is the management of the so-called industrial consortium. The idea is to create in the JKM firm and in the same area a consortium of other companies which can join the same workplace, enhancing spaces, warehouses and machineries to revitalize that industrial area, that industrial workplace, and it is also a way in the workers' vision to avoid speculation in the same area, which is really close to the huge mall I Gigli, a lot of routes all over there. So we always say that there is already Amazon written on the facade, because the idea of the predominance of logistics is quite, they are all quite aware of the possibility of the entrance of some players of the logistics because of the position. So to create an industrial consortium in Tuscany, you need a law regulating industrial consortium. Unfortunately, until the 23rd of December 2024, Tuscany was there wasn't any law about industrial consortium and about industrial policies at all. Some comrades, some lawyers from the research group passed their summers writing down a law proposal to the regional council of Tuscany and to implement the possibility of creating this kind of consortium. Not such as a ad personam law. It is not a law for JKN, but is a new instrument for public powers to revitalize the industrial ecosystem of the region. At the end of the year, the law has been approved, and so now today the factory collective and other workers are in Rome with CFI, which is Cooperation, Finance, Enterprise. It's a fund from the Ministry of Industrial Development. They are there with some representatives of the regional council trying to negotiate the implementation of that consortium. So for us, for the workers, is such a I can't say victory, but it is a huge step towards the resolution of the dispute, and also towards a concrete renewal of policies on the regional level because of the law, because of the mobilization of thousands of people who are still there outside of the gates supporting workers with a lot of initiatives. I would like to conclude mentioning one of the pillars of the resistance of this dispute, but also one of the of the main point of the sustainability, the economic sustainability of all these business plan I shared with you, which is the popular shareholding campaigns conducted by the workers in these years. So there is a campaign opened on the website of the struggle to find new shareholders for this project. We have now 1.3 million euros raised by these national and international networks of people supporting buying solidarity packages. I can't say, I don't have the correct term, but the shareholding campaign is always opened. Everybody can contribute in this project, and it is one of the main part of the sustainability of the business plan. On the other side, there are some institutional investors, for example, Banca Etica. So also on the side of economic sustainability, there is this interest in the participation of people and in scouting partners with a vision of ecological transformation and impact on the territory. Sorry for being so long, but the story is quite complex and it is ongoing. So I looking forward for your questions better than my.
I think maybe I would like to ask a few questions first, and then we maybe can open the discussion, because I think you can be curious also to know more about that. So thank you both for the inspiring speech so far. And first, I would like to address Tiziano about the meaning of ecological. And I mean, you said something already about the concept. Most of the students are already familiar with that because we have discussed a lot about that. I think what is very interesting about that is that it really stands for changing paradigm. So instead of, and this is something that we have discussed a lot during this week, talking about climate action, about the need of changing paradigm, and also to try to innovate not only the means and the tools that we use to achieve things, but also the models that we apply, and thinking outside the box, try to find different solutions from the past and innovate what the society can build and how the society can build things. And we discussed this also a lot about how is important the cooperation between the different components of the society. We applied this to the university, of course, because we said, I mean, we were talking about sustainability at university and the role of university, and we were thinking, you said ecosystem, also at the level of university, we started thinking about an ecosystem approach, so where the university is composed of several different stakeholders, several different organs that should work all together in order to function properly. And of course, this means also that university should be able to link more with the external the civil society, and also the government, where the local and national and international level of government. So if you, I mean, the question is, what do you think, I mean, if you think that we can say that this example that Francesca said is really an example on how we can build something new and thinking out of the box, and if this is something that you see also applicable to other things in the society, and if you have some suggestion also for the university to try to more engage and thinking more in this sense. And then a question to Francesca. Of course, I mean, thank you very much, because I think you summarized very well a huge, long and complex process that this example brings to the table. And I think it's really important to discuss this today, and I think it's the perfect closure of this week, because we started with some example from a documentary about several cases of civil society organizing themselves to propose new solutions with the model of circular economy, and also taking into account always climate justice. And then we went through different perspectives. So we listened to think tanks, to international organizations, to NGOs, and they put themselves in government doing simulation, and then they started to develop a policy recommendation. So they really experienced different perspectives of sustainability. So I think that closing with an example on how civil society can organize themselves and connect with the researcher, with workers, it could really lead the change. What we said, that we can really see the change happening if we organize ourselves and if we connect the different parts of the society together. And with this respect, I would like to ask you if you can also discuss a bit the youth engagement role in this process, so the role of youth engagement. And also, I mean, I think it's very interesting how this movement was able, starting from a small town in Italy, to become international and to connect with the international sustainability ecological movement. So maybe.
I will be short, hopefully. Yeah, I try to answer the question. Thanks. And so you were referring to the idea of ecosystem, no? And actually, I think that maybe one of the changing paradigm is this one. I mean, we have been used to think about a lot of stuff, but economics, as if it is a machine, no? So machine is composed by objects, and you can repair a separate object, you can isolate, you can aggregate, but the object doesn't change over time. While actually economy is more similar to a living being. So it's composed by a lot of elements, and these elements are integrated each other. So you cannot just isolate, I don't know, climate and focus on these and don't care about society, because they are connected. And also they are changing, they are continuously evolving over time. So you cannot just say, okay, I do so, and so we will be sustainable forever. No, because anything you do, I mean, the process of transformation is never ending, no? So in proper terms, you are continuously using energy and matter, and you are producing waste. I mean, this is physics, is not just a matter of opinion. So this idea will change also how we frame, no, our issues, our problems. So it's necessary, for instance, in their case, they realize that, I mean, the process of fighting against this huge this mission of a lot of workers is also linked to the climate justice. No? So social justice is very linked, not by chance, but because the system is made of this. And in ecological economics, one of the theory that is proposed to face this problem is the so-called post-normal science. No? So the point is, when the problems are when the uncertainty is very high, so we don't know how this system evolves over time precisely. And the stakes are very high because, I mean, people are losing the job, you have huge, you have extreme climate events, and also values are in dispute. So the idea is that society has different values. There is not just one that is, this is justice, this is sustainable, and these are not objectives. I mean, they are social construct. So all in this process, you cannot just say, we produce a scientific knowledge that can be given outside and they have to be, that is to be received in a passive way. Because the process of knowledge production is, again, a social process. So the point is that academia, in this sense, must coordinate, must speak with the other, not just to disseminate the result, it is a part, important one, but also to learn and to define the objective, and so to produce a knowledge that is useful for the social process. So in practice, this is one of the main activities that is done in ecological economics.
Thank you for your question, and thank you, Tiziano, for mentioning the dynamics between university and workplaces or work struggles, because it's quite important to underline how, as members of this Solidarity Research Group, we always tried to avoid an extractivist approach to the struggle, in the sense of, you know, interviews and focus groups and so on. No, okay, we are there as, but both as researchers and militants and activists inside the struggle. And by the way, it has been a huge process of consciousness, in the sense of you can imagine the dialogue with a metal worker about salaries in universities. It has been super strange, in the sense of comparing salaries, and they were both enthusiastic and shocked about our way to be side by side with them, investing our free time in supporting them with such low salaries as PhDs I think it's something is quite important to be underlined in our positions, because it is always a matter of crossing lives, in the sense of the materiality of lives. So the universities has been crucial in the internationalization of the struggle, because we as solidarity researchers were inside the university saying, okay, my university, are you oriented in sustainability and ecological stuff, etc.? Okay, please invite workers who are trying to change their productive paradigm and trying to reshape their work inside the factory. Invite them, we have to discuss with them about a more general framework of transformation. And it has been a process which is still ongoing, but with some victories in some sense. We have been invited in a lot of universities, and the first time we went to Berlin to the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, there we met a lot, hundreds of activists from all over Germany, and there we built the first nucleum of international convergence. Then we tried to cultivate it with other initiatives in Germany, and then a domino effect that developed, because then French activists from ecological politics networks raised and organized some events in Paris, Lyon, etc. So then in Spain and in Greece, for example in Thessaloniki, where there is a huge occupied factory since 2013. So the network developed along these trajectories, both militant and on the university side. Just to conclude, I would like to say, something on the other side of social mobilization through culture and arts, because a very important theater company from Bologna created a piece of theater with the workers, and they won the Ubu Prize 2 years ago, which is the most important Italian prize for theater. So JKN workers on stage telling their stories. 2 years ago, the first edition of a working class literature festival started inside the factory, promoted by the editor Allegre from Rome. So another way to say we are protagonists of both of our struggle at the workplace level and protagonist of a new way to populate the society and the political arena through narratives, novels. We are, as workers, we are inside novels, we are inside narratives, we are inside theater, and so on. It's, according to me, there's been a powerful way to state the existence of a world of workers who are able to mobilize and to support also other struggle in other issues such as ecological issues, etc.
Thank you very much, both. So, yes, an applause, I think, to the workers, hoping that they are achieving something in this moment. Yes. So I would like to hear from you if you have questions or comments or curiosity. No one? So.
Hi. Maybe I missed it. Okay, sorry. Maybe I missed it, but I want to ask you if you have also an organization plan that align the business plan. So the fact that there is a business plan means that you are entering in the market, and because of you are entering in the market, you have to respect some economic rule in order to be alive in the market. And my question was about the organization. So if you want to remain a collective organization and stay in the market, so be an example of a possible firm that have a different type of organization instead of classic firm that have just a vertical organization. So yeah, this is my question.
Thank you for your question. Actually, I forgot to tell something about the new organization model and of the new ownership structure. Actually, the 10th of July 2023, group of both workers and research the so-called JKM for Future cooperatives. So we chose the cooperative model because it is not just the perfect one, but the best one to support both business plan and a more horizontal way to manage the new business and the new labor organization. What is very important to stress is the attempt to reintroduce inside the new cooperative form all the features about industrial relations implemented inside the former firm, in the sense of implementing new forms of representation. For example, just to make an example, there will be all the boards mandatory in a cooperative to, as you said, to be aligned with the Italian rules about business, companies, etc. But we will try also to introduce other boards of control, and the General Assembly of shareholders will be one of these. All the shareholders who are supported the campaign buying one package will be will be in the assembly, which will be a huge and international assembly. So both with a technical and a political trajectory inside. So it is one of the most crucial point. We are totally aware it is a process. We have to build our way to stay both in the market and in a path of transformation. But it is the only way to survive, to restart the production, and to experiment new way of control, workers' control. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you for the very interesting testimonies. I wanted to know who were the actors that most difficult to convince? Actors, the players? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, because we always need to indicate power, and yeah, unfortunately, public actors on almost on all the levels, from the local administrations to the national government, has been ghosting us in some way, because yeah, since the beginning we tried to have we have a dialogue through unions, for example. Yeah. Within the unions, we had how to say, yeah, the classical negotiating tables when there is a company in crisis, because the Ministry of Economic Development has to open tables of crisis in that cases, but without any political vision of a resolution. And unfortunately, I have to mention the unions too, in the sense of a partial engagement in that dispute. It is something I would really like to discuss with someone from the unions, to find solutions, to find elements which can be new petrol on processes. Oops, petrol. Sorry, I am inside capitalism. But the JKN case in some cases became a taboo, because of the radical self-organization of workers, which is also a challenge for the union to change something in order to this ecological transformation of workplaces. It is not something rooted in the organization. It is something which is increasing inside them, but not an element of complete consciousness. So yes, unfortunately, public actors and some unions have been, the relation has been very difficult.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, because otherwise we are running out of time already. So I think that we can close this session and this day and this week for some of you. So I would like to thank you again very much, Francesca, for this really overview of this inspiring story. And I hope that, I mean, we have people from all over Europe. So maybe it's a step forward for the internationalization of this movement. I hope so. And thank you, of course, Tiziano, for all the work you have done for this program and for today. And particularly thank you all, really, because I mean, you put a lot of efforts, and thank you very much, because I learned a lot from you. And I hope that this was, a good way for you to approach climate action and climate justice from different perspectives, and that you can feel enriched by that. And we have a final message from the Vice President for International Relations of the University of Florence, Giorgia Giovannetti. You met her this morning. So we will try to do this this technological thing, so making you listening to an audio message on WhatsApp. So let's see what's going on.
I always forget to thank people at the end or at the beginning of conferences. Here, I really would like to thank all the students that participated. I would like to thank Federica. I would like to thank Martina. I would like to thank the professors that participated and all the speakers. And I would like to thank Tiziano Di Stefano, but most of all, I would like to thank Sara. Thank you, Sara. We wouldn't have been possible.
Thank you, thank you. And I would also like to mention that we were, during the lectures online, we had also several professors from different universities in the network, and they were super kind with the students and with us. So thank you very much to all the professors involved and all the staff, and of course the academic and administrative staff involved in the organization of this huge program. I think we can do a second edition soon. Be prepared about that. So thank you very much. I hope you will enjoy the city today and tonight, and have a great trip back home. Thank you.